God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it. Yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the... Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the...
Dans le silence, je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent. Autour de moi, les champs s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens. Je rêve de partir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du monde. You got your name in lights. You give me a reason to stay up all night. Yeah, we were just kids pretending that we knew the words. Don't leave me dry. I'm waiting for the clock to turn. Don't leave me dry. I know we've got a lot to learn. You like Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light. Wanna feel the freedom of choosing, 'cause I'm in this ship for life. Minding you. I let you fly. Please let me fly. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light. Try to feel the seasons are changing, and I might just let you down. Leaving you. We'll let you fly. We'll leave you now. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life. Wait for your sign. All the darkness inside won't let you fly, but I might get you off my mind, 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 get you off my mind.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels, it's something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸을 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the voice not my type 하니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 바가게 써니 몫을 내못 다 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool At least night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or she want 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는다고 내가 다시 look nice Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride body with a tool 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 boss 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 나고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 회처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 I'm that oh so hero 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한
look like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
The lineup for VCT EMEA 2026 is almost complete. Today we'll find out which one of BBL Pacific and Dynasty have what it takes to ascend. Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of Ascension. I am your host Yingsu and I'm here in the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany, joined by Billy and Hypok, who so graciously took his time out from spawn camp in the Team Vitality office.
Wow,
getting the roster, you know, the juice, the gossip, to join us here. So
yeah, I mean,
welcome.
Twitter's late to catch up actually on all the drama this week, but
Yeah.
that's a discussion for another time.
I was going to say that. You want to give us a leak? Because I heard Kojo's rocking up today, and Coach Lohan is also.
Does he come
rocking
here
up.
to leak?
Well, Lohan's coming.
We need a crowd cam. We need a
Yeah,
crowd
there's
cam.
only one reason those two Donnies will pull up. But you can't blame them, Billy, because the talent we have Ascension is quite literally probably some of the best we've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, I said it yesterday, Ascension is one of my favorite events of the year because we do get to see that next era of Valorant, the kind of up-and-coming stars, and I don't blame people sitting in the crowd today for that kind of recruitment. There's kind of some spots needed on some teams as well.
Who's top of the pokes list for you?
Oh, probably LaRock or Loita, surely.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I think they should stay together. If they were to ascend after what happened last year,
I'm kind of thinking like
together.
that should be the case, but with what's going on,
yeah,
you never know.
Because
You never know.
Kayak definitely was never going to leave last year, was he? But yeah, I mean, we talked about it already. Looking at the bracket, it's been a long road, I think, for some of these teams to get here. We already, of course, have a winner after yesterday. Ulf 3-0 mandatory to become the first full Turkish roster to ascend. I honestly, I would have never predicted this if you asked me
I mean,
6 months ago.
What an insane story, though.
Yeah.
Across the year, the journey they've been on, and then to perform the way they did yesterday versus mandatory was nothing short of, I mean, a poetic ending.
Yeah, I think that they had a great year. I think it's something that they can be proud of. I was expecting a little bit more of a fight from mandatory. It didn't really feel like a finals at times for them to be able to ascend.
Well, it didn't feel like a Pampok blowout.
We've had a lot of those.
I mean, we've had a lot of those, but with map 2 in there, it wasn't full blowout. I mean, that's to take nothing away from just how good Ulf looked. I think for mandatory, they just really struggled to adapt.
We do have an amazing match coming up today as well, but before we get into that, let's hear Tag's thoughts on what a Dynasty win would mean for the Italian Valorant scene.
So hello, I am Tag. I play for Dynasty and I am their main sentinel. I started playing Valorant when it first came out, like in the beta, and I was like watching streamers like playing the game to get a key drop, and I was like so excited when I got the key, because I was like waiting a whole week just to play the game, and when I got it, like the email, I was so happy. I started playing like 24/7 all day long, and I was not very good at the start because this is my first FPS experience game, yeah. So like I started playing and playing and playing. Then I noticed like I could become actually good at the game. I started improving day by day, like grinding the game, and I just came here step by step, you know, from team to team, VCL, and that's it. I'm here now. I'm pretty sure everyone will be happy to have an Italian organization in VCT, like at the top level, especially because it's been like almost a long time since there was like an Italian organization this big, you know, like at the top stage. So it will mean a lot to the Italian community and everyone, and also to me, you know, because I've been in this organization since the very start. So it means that I've taken them here, like I helped them. I've been with this team like since the start. Like it's like my home. It's like my second home, you know. Like I love the organization. I love everyone, the staff, everyone actually. And I'm happy to be with this team. And I was always happy with this team. No regrets.
Come on, Jesse! Come on!
What a story it's been for them as well. Now, Billy, I'm going to single you out a little bit, just because I saw what you said about them. But at what point did they convince you that they could ascend? When did you change your mind?
It's not that... It's a difficult one because it's not that I wasn't convinced. I was more just in the mindset of this is a roster that got put together before stage 3 of their regional league. I was like, is it maybe like a bit of a honeymoon phase for them? I wasn't convinced that they would be able to continue the form that they had when we think back to Challenger stage 3, being in that grand final up against Ulf Esports. Sue me for not being a believer. I'm clearly a fraud because they've found themselves in this position today. I think that the form is the main thing for me. The way that they've been able to pick themselves throughout this tournament has been great to see.
Yeah, I think for me, just to kind of piggyback on that, the first game, they were quite, I'm going to be honest, quite low down in my rankings. But to see the way that they came out, and particularly seeing a player like Keyless really struggle to kind of have impact on I believe it was on Ascent, right? When they were just flanking every single round. But their commitment to that sort of ethos was what really impressed me. I think actually that form's kind of stuck through, even though we've not seen them really experiment with the same sort of play style, but that confidence and I think form overall is certainly what sold me.
Honestly, for me, is the way that they managed to bounce back, because that game against Ulf, it should have been a 2-0. I think they let it slip. But the fact that they even managed to bounce back is extremely impressive for this team. And also some very, very familiar names, despite the fact that besides Famzy, none of them have actually played on our stage before. Hypok.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, this is the thing. It's difficult to really. Everybody's kind of had their moment in the spotlight here. There's not really a superstar here. Waddle has obviously been probably one of the outliers in terms of performance, but I think every single one of these players has massively over-delivered in my books.
I have to agree. I think, like we say, we kind of didn't expect them to get to this point. They've been the underdog of the tournament, I want to say, which kind of sounds weird considering that we had teams coming up from Premier and things like that. But I honestly think that Dynasty have completely proved me wrong this tournament and have just come on strength to strength.
I will say though, even if you know nothing about these guys, everyone knows Creamy Dreamy. Like everyone knows Creamy
now they do,
Dreamy.
for sure, yeah.
And I mean, you hear other pro players, they talk about him from scrims. He's definitely one of those guys that's been around that people are aware of.
Did we get our answer yet?
About Creamy
About
Dreamy?
the name?
Oh, we did. He originally had a more offensive name that rhymed.
Oh, this is, okay,
yeah.
so this is the PC version.
Yeah, this is the
Okay,
PC
all right.
version, and he dropped the Dreamy because he felt like it was a bit of a bad omen. Like he felt like he didn't perform as well when he was Creamy Dreamy.
Okay.
So now he is just Creamy, and I'm really sorry, but Creamy Dreamy is such a good name that I don't want to drop the Dreamy.
Yeah.
But what else is a really good name and a really good player is Waddle. You guys alluded to him already, but I didn't expect him to be this good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think like Waddle's had a bit of a heartbreak the past couple of years because we've seen him at Ascension before, right? He was here with Focus back in 2023, he was here with Desire back in 2024, and now this is the furthest that he's been able to actually get at Ascension because he's been grouped every single year that he's played here, and now he's only one step away from actually being able to ascend to VCT EMEA. So I've been really impressed with him. You can tell the hunger that he has to be able to get to that point because he's had heartbreak time and time again here.
I mean, I would actually argue, particularly his work on Sova's probably been best in role of what we've seen here overall. Again, I think numerically, we were talking about this earlier, it doesn't necessarily look as if he's had flashy games. I think there was maybe one or two that were kind of anomalies to that, but quietly just chipping away and being clutch so many times for this team is ultimately what's got him to this position.
His util usage is
fantastic.
outrageous.
Yeah.
He's looking like Derek out there, honestly. The shock. Do you look at me like that?
That's who you go to?
No, but that is like you
I was an
actually
OG
know Valorant.
Derek stan.
But like you know Valorant because Leo is like a two on the nose.
Okay.
I want to go there with Derek because I love Derek's util.
And you wouldn't
usage.
say Hiko.
I mean, if you're over the age of 45, yeah, maybe you would. Bringing it back here, though, for Waddle, and I love the confidence he has, because the couple times we had him on the couch upstairs, it's really nice to hear his insight, UK boys making all the noise, you know, we love that.
I think as well, Minnie was alluding to this, it was particularly that first series, and Waddle actually, I think he went something like 28 and 12 or something on the Ascent, but he was the one kind of leading the charge in some of these really aggressive, proactive set pieces they had on the defense. It was Waddle towards the front lines, the ones actually picking up most of the kills to kind of set those sort of things up. So you can see here with his the stats overall, I don't think it's necessarily reflected the impact he's having here with the numbers.
Yeah, I think the numbers there also though just show that like he has kind of had that consistent performance since Challengers EMEA Stage 3, and whilst we might not be looking at him from a stats perspective, it's like you say, it's the impact, it's the energy that he's bringing to this team.
Here's the thing though, their opponent, BBL Pacific, everyone knows who they are at this point. They've been here before. They didn't manage to do it last time. And Billy, the confidence they're coming in with this year, it worries me. I mean, I should learn, right, from yesterday, because Ulfra's so confident and they backed it up. But these guys, they gotta right their wrongs.
Exactly. I think that last year was heartbreak for them, but I think as well it was such a surprise to us. Again, having a team coming up from Premier, winning out in their regional league as well. And then this year has been even more dominant. They've won every single stage of their regional league. They won the very first Challengers EMEA tournament that we had that really set the tone for what their journey was going to look like this year. So I think that they're coming in knowing that they need to be able
Gosling doing? Sorry.
They're coming in knowing that they have, you know, a vengeance to be able to actually win one of those Ascension matches.
Yeah, I think redemption on the table potentially today. And one thing for me, again, just to check back in with one of the early expectations was with the roster change here, I think Lovers Rock in terms of the way that the rest of the team talk about him and kind of do put him up on a pedestal to an extent, but kind of say, look, we don't care what's happened, we're still here, and as a team unit, we're still able to achieve the same things. Well, the same heights that we, I guess, people have come to expect.
I'm so glad you mentioned him, because he was very vocal about how, you know, we're seeing LaRock play some duelists this year, and he's like, it's not because I can't say the word he used, it rhymes with hit. He's like, it's not like I'm doing badly, it's that LaRock is also good, and we need to have two duelists, so people need
very
to chill.
Versatile roster in terms of flexibility. Yeah,
which is crazy. And speaking of, if you guys missed this, you're gonna absolutely love this, because we had the BCF boys with us last week, and this is what they said.
What's the backstory?
Yeah.
I saw the guy, the entry talking too much, saying we are not the best team in this tournament. I don't know why would he say that. I literally said on my last interview, don't talk about us, talk about yourselves. If he talks, we body spam them.
In fairness, he did drop 31 kills on Lotus.
He live gamed.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so you took that personally.
Yes.
We showed who is the best team.
Oh, so you are the best team in this tournament.
Of course.
Yes.
I mean, I was already thinking, how terrifying would it be if we had both Ulf and BBL Pacific bring this sort of energy, this attitude into VC? I mean, it would be pretty fantastic.
It'd be so fun. Our jobs will be great.
Yeah, I know.
It would benefit us.
We could just aura farm for
Yeah,
the
because
entire
like
season.
in Pacific, they're calling it like the South Korean League. It'll be the Turkish League for us if they both.
The thing is though, like it's not even just like how they're performing in the server, like we say, it's the personalities that are coming across as well. Not being scared, not being shy, and just living up to it.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of BBL Pacific, and this is where their coach Key had to say ahead of their game today. It is a big day here at VCT EMEA Ascension. I'm now joined by the coach of BBL Pacific. Welcome back.
Thank you so much.
Now, you were here last year, of course, so what's
Yeah.
different about this year, you think?
We are highly confident more than previous year. We have much more experience. That's all.
And I'm glad you mentioned confidence because after speaking to your boys,
Yeah.
maybe a little bit too confident?
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, they look like highly confident, but they are trying to manage their stress, especially at the stage. But as I said, they are highly confident to fight here because it's their second time.
Are you okay with maybe them saying it's going to be easy, it's, 3-0 when they're, like I said, a little bit overconfident? How do you manage that?
We are not doing anything for it because, as they said, they are highly confident. They can do this. I'm not saying anything about this.
But you like it?
Yeah, of course.
You like it? Okay.
I'm pushing them to make this.
Like attitude?
Of course. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's really good to hear. You also mentioned, of course, last year, you were also maybe the favorite. People thought you would win. So what did you learn from losing coming into this?
I don't know. We just talked about this. God doesn't give everything at once. And whole year we worked so hard. Yeah, that's all.
And lastly, of course, not having comeback, I think is the point that all the fans, they might have a little bit of a doubt of you not having comeback this time. I'm a very big fan of Lovers Rock, so would you be able to tell the fans why they should feel the equal amount of confidence in your new player?
Yeah, this is not about comeback. This is not about Lovers Rock. We're just playing as a team. It can be different this time, but this is not change anything about our confidence.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear it. Thank you very much for joining me, Coach Key. Ami, for now, I think it's time for us to send him down to the stage, bring his boys out to face Dynasty. BBL Pacific were just one map away from ascending here last year. This time around, they are back, but it is Dynasty on the other side hoping to stop them. Surely it doesn't happen again, right?
Oh, I don't know, Yinsu. With this
Why are
being
you even tempting fate?
I mean, surely.
This is their first time meeting Dynasty this year, so I'm excited to see this matchup for the very first time. But coming into this, Dynasty banning out that Haven has kind of forced BBL Pacific's hand here and having to get rid of that bind. This has been both teams insta-ban all throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, and I assume that is the reason why they chose to go Team B, because obviously BBL Pacific were the higher seed. They could have chosen to have the first map into this best of 5, which is what you want normally.
We were talking about this, maybe an element of ego or aura coming into this, but you know, it doesn't necessarily matter too much in terms of the best of 5 veto overall. I think expectations-wise would have been the outlier to the second ban, but starting on Lotus for me, certainly one that you want to see BBL Pacific bounce back from what they're talking about, a loss to a life game.
Yeah, they've only got one bad map if you look at the map pool for BBL Pacific. It is just Lotus, which is why it's scary, because if Dynasty don't win on Lotus, I'm going to be very, very worried for them going to the next
but also then to follow up on Abyss, I was really impressed with Dynasty. Again, overall, end scoreline aside, I was really impressed with how Dynasty approached Abyss previously. That could be a bit of a concern if BBL Pacific are setting themselves up to potentially have to reverse sweep this.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you're BBL Pacific, you are a little bit concerned that that Haven has been taken away from you as well. But I think
you guys, are we all right? They got one bad map, that's it. Yeah, like they are good on all the other maps.
Talking about a Dynasty that's over-delivered outside of their map pool.
Oh wow, okay. I really do think the expectations are still heavily favored towards BBL.
Yeah, I think so, but I think if Dynasty can get off to the right start on this Lotus as well, that is when we really get to test how BBL Pacific's mental is when we go into this. It's a best of 5. We're talking about teams being on the stage as well for the first time since being here. They need to be able to get used to that environment.
I'm coming to today. My head says BBL Pacific, my heart unfortunately says Dynasty.
Okay, I'm looking at the map veto. I'm looking at the map veto. They were never going to play Bind. We know that for a fact. Yeah. There was no way Bind was going to come up. And I guess by them trying to big balls the Team B, Team A situation, they are testing if Dynasty were willing to gamble that ban. But I wouldn't be worried if I were them, because you look at the other 4 maps, they're insane on Abyss. They are so happy to go to Sunset as well. All these other maps, and Ascent, they're Turkish. I just think Dynasty, I think Dynasty have to win Lotus, and they will win Lotus, because that is the one place where BBL Pacific look bad.
I was impressed with Dynasty on Abyss and Sunset.
I think I might be
feel
too
crazy to say that.
No, I think their Sunset was fine, actually. Like, now that you're saying that, I think their Sunset was absolutely fine.
Okay, so where are their weak points?
Dynasty's weak points?
Yes.
Oh. See, I'm not 100% convinced on the Abyss.
Okay.
You just said, wait, what? Wait, you just mic'd it. Oh, okay. I feel like I'm being gaslit here.
No, I think the Corrode as well has still been a question mark from them.
For me, they are insane on Lotus. They are going to win Lotus, but the rest 4 is going to be rough.
Don't get me wrong, the last 2 maps for me are a bit of a concern considering BBL Pacific's ability to stomp Ascent. And I think probably make a statement towards the back end of this veto. Corrode for me is unfortunately, I think the later this goes, the further I lean towards BBL Pacific. But I think opening 3 maps here, I think sit very comfortably for Dynasty to be able to at least make a push today.
They are going to win Lotus.
We're coming in today. You're obviously heavily favoring BBL.
No. I'm saying they will win Lotus no matter what. I think Dynasty is by far going to.
Overall in the series, but I think
this pool is so good.
This is the best possible start they could get to this veto. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, 100% this is the best start that
Yeah, no, 100%. And this is where they should expect, right? They know they're playing Lotus today. Unless they were willing to gamble the bind ban and ban other Lotus, you know you're going to go there against them. They're definitely on the back foot. I think if BBL Pacific somehow win Lotus, it's done. The series is done. I'm willing to say that.
Whoa, okay. That's big. Do you know what?
But they won't.
The thing is, though,
but
they're not going to win Lotus.
Isn't even that bad of a map for BBL Pacific.
No, it's not.
If we looked at the results on it for the whole year, it's not a terrible map for them. It's like I say, this double duelist, I think, is where we question how quickly can they warm up to that stage.
Okay, when I rocked up maybe halfway through Ascension on the desk.
Okay.
When they played Mandatory, it was poo. When they played against Twisted Minds, they changed their comp, it was still poo.
Throughout the year, I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
it's not been a terrible map for them.
I do think the recency, we should take into consideration the form on this map for them recently. For me, it just wasn't convincing. But it's been great for Dynasty. And you guys might have seen these two in the crowd yesterday. I didn't realize they had twins. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. It's time to get into this matchup, the final one of Ascension, your grand final 2.0. And I gotta say, there's some faces that everybody expected to see down on that stage. BBL Pacific, they came in as favorites, not just in the veto, as we heard the analyst desk talking about, but in the tournament in general. Dynasty, though, I think have surprised quite a few folks at home with their arrival on that stage here today.
Yeah, no, I'd say this is definitely a favorite versus a dark horse, but that's the fun thing with Dynasty is they've slowly built into this tournament. And of course, we're looking at the last couple of years, and we've had a victor coming out of the French League. We've had one, obviously, in the form of Apex coming out of Northeast, but is it going to be the year of Turkey? 2 chances to make it, potentially 2 going their way, or is there going to be a change of form? And Dynasty, coming from Italy, playing in Spain, could be making a name for their organization as well. It all comes down to an entire year working up to a single match of Valorant, and this is that match.
You we talked a lot yesterday about players who were looking to do things for the second time, the first time, but 3 attempts for Tag and Waddle, the only players to have participated in all the Ascensions, and here they are with a chance to make it all the way. 3rd time's the charm for BBL Pacific. Now looking at this map, this is where Lovers Rock had a few tough starts in their previous series, but managed to find his footing. If he's hot to the touch right out the gate, it could be a different game for Dynasty. They're already approaching this A site, but so many players rotated in from the defense, ready for a fight.
Yeah, there's a late lurk, but will that lurk play a factor? There's so many players already battling and brawling, and it seems like Tag's just a little bit too far away to help out the team. The majority of his squad are already down, and what was hoping to be a finite backstab has ended up a 1v3 scenario. It was spoke about on the desk, and I definitely agree. This map pool seems like the first few of the opportunities for Dynasty. They need to take Lotus. Abyss is an unknown, but the later this series goes, the better it looks for BBL Pacific. And a pistol round on their weakest map, hey, that wouldn't be a bad start.
30 seconds left.
It's on Tag here to pick this up for Dynasty. Sheriff in hand, and he'll find a nice headshot onto Kreven. But the high-low setup works in BBL Pacific's favor. 1-0 to start this out on the defensive side. And as I said, my eyes on Lovers Rock. When he has those snipers in hands, when he was coming up against a couple of opponents, he was missing shots again and again. And we can't see that same face to him. But by the time it came to map 2, completely different showing. Just seemed to be something with Lotus was his kryptonite.
Yeah, also from speaking to Rose, it seems like in terms of a vibes merchant, here's someone who's always picking up the team, whether he's performing well, performing badly, but throughout this tournament, he's been one of the highest rated players. So whether you're a comeback fan or not, this guy has definitely been putting on a display. The problem is that the main competition he has actually comes from members of his team. Loiter finds himself as the #1 rated so far this tournament, but the final is where it all matters. And wow, this round, Mitch, it's all about damage. Can they remove any of those weapons? More importantly, can they remove any of the rifles?
There's always a chance for a little bit of damage in a round like this. Lovers Rock not giving them any opportunities. He's obviously been tagged down to 20, but is playing deep in the spawn. Going back in for a quick shot or 2. LaRock tagged as well. I mean, so much potential for damage, yet none will be found. A clean round coming in from BBL Pacific, and a good moneymaker as they come into the next with credits stacked high. Look over at Dynasty. One of the guys that's worth mentioning, obviously he's coming in here playing the Viper, but in general, I think Creamy Dreamy, possibly one of the strongest support players we've got in Ascension. And certainly when it comes to stats, he's leading by quite a bit in terms of assists per round. He's been putting up those numbers, and I think has some of the most rounds played. So that consistency over a big data size is it's impressive to see. But this is going to be a different challenge, because just like we saw when teams play against someone like Ulf, BBL Pacific are playing that aggressive early style. It's very difficult to find your footing there.
Yeah, they're coming in with a hefty amount of rifles at that. A purchase up for Lovers Rock to make this a 4th in the mix. And Rose being the sacrificial lamb, which you can kind of understand why. You mentioned it though. I think you can say that for both the supported players. I look at Waddle, again, one of the top rated, but I want to put a focal point on Famzy. He's been a little bit hit and miss throughout the tournament so far. He needs to be a hit today, and with the start already of Tag going down, it's not exactly what they were looking for.
It's a bit of control lost, and they have sent Ticey out to try to recover that space. The thing is, he's cleared up to the corner of C. He's seen no one peeking from main, but now there's a full push-up from Kreven. If he fell to that, this round was under a lot of pressure.
They're holding the cross.
The push-up on B, 2 players, high and low. The spike about to cross it. This could decide the round. Not on a sight, but in their spawn, but Waddle's the one to find 2. He's given them a chance. The push to C continues.
But look at how far Ticey's actually gone. It's a nasty surprise, though. Rose with the pistol has managed to leave him low. That kill could have been a difference maker. The spam definitely risky as the swing should clear him. And that leaves it all onto 1, but Waddle's there waiting. An important start to the map as they get their first round onto the board. But this is where BBL Pacific will be buying back up in response.
Okay, right place, right time, but wrong result for those players pushing up on mid.
It's just baiting the wall.
It was, yeah, LaRock and Lovers Rock standing together looking for that fight, and Waddle just about managing to find that double, bringing the spike over. Ticey looking back just in time to catch Rose. There were certainly some dangers in this round. Dynasty have done well to get that first on the board. Building from here, though, won't be easy. As BBL Pacific still come in with a full buy. And as we've been talking about, that operator for Lovers Rock, it was hit and miss, more miss than hit. Last time they played Lotus, as we said, you know, it sort of feels like that's a rarity of a map. You won't get too many of those opportunities.
Something they're going to have to deal with, because even though it was a defeat versus Twisted Minds, bear in mind, I think it was Exit got 31 kills in that map.
Exit was dry swinging.
The constant control. Like, you have this aggression coming out of Loiter. He's going to be doing this in the majority of rounds, keeping that control, and then you have somewhere else on the map the operator. And they are going to be pushing and pulling whatever map we see today. The B site already doubled up because of that. They've been able to hold on to 2 portions of the map, but this little split position, and well, an early attempt at a showstopper, but Lovers Rock a little quicker. Another opener again.
And that's what we're looking for. The operator online early. Spike dropped just outside that door, or inside it, I suppose. Just creep up towards B. I'll swing the door open and hopefully recover it. Oh no, okay, they can find it from there.
30 seconds left.
They still need to bait the wall.
No need for the door. Into the B site we go, 25 seconds. It looks like we're going all the way around to A, and so the pressure going to be on Loiter to hold the line.
Yeah, he's been waiting here the entire time. With the amount of time left, 15 seconds, he knows that surviving is far more important than taking a one-and-done fight, but they really are running low on the clock. They're going to try and double back in towards Rose. He's tagged low, but this needs to be an insta-kill. Eventually they get him, but Lovers Rock is still here. The spike down on the deck, and just a little bit too slow from Dynasty. I don't mind the idea, but they needed an extra few seconds for that to work.
Yeah, I mean, just the disruption of that first op shot really threw this round into disarray. It falling like that. The wall still being up on B. They try to go to the A site, wrap it all the way around, looking for options and finding no real good ones. Lovers Rock also getting off to a solid start. It's scary times because we know players like LaRock are always going to be there fighting for that top spot on the scoreboard. And look what this has done to Dynasty. They've gone in for 4 stingers alongside a rifle. That buy confirmed as the barriers go up, and Lovers Rock again in this aggressive position. He's got backup. In fact, he's got a bait with Kreven tanking the first shots of the util, and then he swings out wide. They thought they'd scared the player in main off. Little did they know that the real terror was just around the corner. A missed shot, but still the advantage for BBL Pacific.
Yeah, the interplay from them so far has been wonderful, and although this is only a half buy, he kind of wanted to make it costly. Wall there once again, and Tag has pretty much had a nightmare every time he stepped near that vice wall. He's had some problems. Again, though, trying to bait the rotations. They've thrown out a Prowler in towards A, but this close corner, not easy to clear. Although Creamy will be able to get one. think that's all she wrote. Waddle at least has a rifle to play with, but 4 people to find.
Certainly a lot of work to be done. Got credits for the next round, and they'll need them. Kraven quickly putting Waddle in the dirt. BBL Pacific continue to climb up in terms of rounds. Now, coming into this, Tom, it felt to me like, you know, in terms of the veto, if Dynasty don't come in and ban a Haven, you've got a free map for BBL Pacific with really good results from them, and Dynasty looking a bit shaky there recently. So it's sort of forcing the hand of your opposition to take that strength versus weakness out of the pool. But when it came to Lotus, this is where I'm thinking, okay, Dynasty have the best shot in my mind of taking this map. It's a good pick. It's somewhere we've seen BBL Pacific struggle and have a slow start up against Twisted Minds. But again, that was the guy getting 31 kills.
He's so aggressive. Again, just trying to bait things out, and he's successful, but that showstopper's going to go. Oh, what? Okay, he survived. Only for a moment, though. Quick trade back from Ticey, but Laroc's there once again. They've been having trouble with players around the door, and well, Laroc has already turned this back. An aggressive What? Oh, how has he got away with that? Just manages to dance his way and survives far longer than he ever should have done. A 4K for Laroc, and well, once more, Wado is left to face against the world. I don't know how he survived even a second longer than he did. But Waddle now needs to match him. A 1 versus 3, maybe the chance for a couple of, well, I was going to say isolated duels, but that was never going to happen. And yeah, please do slow that one down, Andy.
I don't know if I'm allowed to call it, but can we get a pause for Dynasty? I think this might be around the time you use it. They had such good control over that round. Everything going their way, and they lose it to 1 player. Opening pick, plant should be found, and the spike never even gets planted. A freebie turns into a 4K. And BBL Pacific, they feel like they can't put a foot wrong. Even the showstopper didn't land. I mean, this felt like a round of bad omens. And for Dynasty, the timeout is, I would be perplexed if they didn't call one, regardless of what comms are being called there on the server. This is a round that you need to pull out the tourniquet for.
Yeah, and I think I want to just touch on what you were talking about with the veto. I think in terms of going into the day and predictions, this is probably the best veto that we could have seen for Dynasty.
Yes,
they managed to get rid of the best map of an opponent. They don't like playing Bind, and that was also banned. So that's helped them massively. And then you've got Lotus, which I think over the last few months, they had a pretty ridiculous record on, in fact. I think, yeah, they're 9-2 and their opponent's 4-3 with 2 losses in a row. So it's like, it's set up nicely. Then you talk about Abyss as an additional map, not played since February. And if you don't know, that was before Lovers Rock was even on the team for the BBL Pacific, but they've then chosen it. So you do kind of go like, okay, I imagine there's something there. You lose Lotus, and it feels like a slippery slope.
Oh, without a doubt. And it also depends on the fashion in which you lose it. 5-1 start already. We've seen many teams be stopped in the tracks after a lead like this. We've seen halves flip into the hands of teams in Dynasty's position, but they need to stop the bleeding here and now. Will be towards the C site they go.
This is one where the ultimates could pad the gap. Like, you have that Nightfall available to potentially get you into the site, and then you have the Viper's Pit to hold it. That's where those Stingers actually become quite valuable. The problem is there's also a Showstopper on the other side, and the Steel Garden to take your guns away, and 2 ults very close. So there's definitely, it's not going to be easy, but I can understand why they've put some investment into this round, because it feels like it could be possible if they can get close to a site. Again, though, look how far up their opponents are.
Yeah, expecting those ults to be, ult orbs to be sought after. How does Loida get away with another? Surely not a third. Finally, he's put to bed, but that rifle won't be retrieved, at least it won't be held onto. Lovers Rock not missing a shot here with the snipers. And even the disrespectful shorty on range into their corpse. It's only tagged 1v4. It seems like everybody's having their turn of being put into these 1vx's. As BBL Pacific put up 6-1, at least coming out of here with the orb farm. There's a lockdown online as well. Like, Dynasty have everything they need to take this next round, but they can't afford to keep losing.
It's funny. It's like Sue in the interview when talking to their coach Key. She's But she was like, do you ever worry that they get too confident? These guys are basically emoting mid-round. Like, it's like, I'm going to just... there's a guy, I know there's a guy over there roughly. I'm just going to shoot the shorty at his corpse while in the open and then just go back to my gun, which doesn't have any bullets in it. Like, that's where we currently are at, of how confident this team is playing in a match that will take them into the BCT. Some of these players, well, just turning 18. One of them just about to. But you wouldn't be able to tell. They are feeling it right now. Showstopper already invested, and I think they've used the Nightfall as well.
And the nade, they haven't even heard it. It was going to take a kill, but Rose and LaRock are too quick. Oh, of all the rounds here to have such a dominant early fight, yet to lose a player. Tag, oh, there's no wall here. Let's walk through and see. There's going to be a wall of players waiting.
Okay.
Luckily, they've dealt with them. Both kills going the way of Dynasty. A lockdown still online, and it could be good in the post plant, but they might not get there. Tag, 1v3 this time. It's a bit more doable, although the fourth man of the decoy almost gives him away. And in the end, a spam from Rose will do just that. A 7-1 start. Smiles on the stage for BBL Pacific, but a different vibe on the other side.
Oh yeah, no, the way that they are currently playing, the contact immediately, using the Nightfall and the Showstopper in tandem. The players deafened, blinded, left vulnerable on the other side, and the only semblance of hope was maybe a little bit over-aggression in that 5 versus 2, just wanting to try and take the fights, but even still, it very quickly dissipated into nothingness. A 7-1 defensive side half for BBL Pacific. At least, as we currently see it, there is a gulf in class.
Decoy. That's what we've seen so far, but there's still plenty of rounds left to play for, plenty of chances for Dynasty. They could still put a 7-5 on the board. It wouldn't be the end of the world. They've dodged those early op shots, taken the space towards C, still have that lockdown to work with. The good thing of the round that they lost is their opponents used ults. They didn't. So a lot to work with, and with an opening pick under their belt, with the op removed, it looks like one of the best starts for Dynasty to a round we've seen so far.
Rose is taking one hell of a gamble. I was about to say, you might leave a gap, but that is the most common gap to try and spam with utility. Viper's Pit being used, they know how important this is, and Taisu already managing to find one, but walking into the pit versus the pistols will likely still be dealt the same blow. In fact, it's the utility on the other side that kicks it off. A second round, all but guaranteed. I was going to say LaRock could save, but you look at the amount of credits they have, I think he wants to wipe some weapons.
Yeah, catch him on the exits if they do go towards spawn. Big round for Dynasty, but a big investment as well. They found the opening pick without too much of a safety net being fallen onto, but a lockdown, a Nightfall, a Viper's Pit, these are big ultimates, space-taking ultis, and then locking them down with the pit as well. It gets you around on the board, but we need to see the consistency, because they're not going to have those same things to lean on. In fact, still 2 away from the Showstopper. It might not even be online for the next. And when we go back to just regulation play, with the exception of a missed shot from Lover's Rock, it does very much feel like it's BBL Pacific with the upper hand.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like there are moments in a game where you need to do that just to be like, okay, we can win rounds. Get the confidence back, like feel like you can, okay, get the economy on your side a little bit as well. They have some backup cash if they need to actually invest into the next. But as you said, there now needs to be sort of a change in the winds of fate. And it needs to be now. The 10-2 half, going into a map you literally have no data on, unless you're trying to base it off the last version of this BBL Pacific team. Tag though, waiting patiently. Sometimes that can be enough with how aggressive this Pacific squad likes to be. And something they were suffering with in the early rounds, Mitch, was they were getting 0 of those opening picks. This is now different.
And even the Prowler put through.
It hit the decoy, though.
The decoy, yeah, it saw the player going back, but they know.
Yeah.
They know what they're
Well
up
played.
against. Lover's Rock giving up that position now, giving up that information. When push comes to shove, it will be the A site that's more heavily defended for BBL Pacific, and it looks like that's exactly where Dynasty are going. Into the numbers, into the op yet again. And a nice flash, but Creamy Dreamy, good for the shot. Lover's Rock under pressure. He needs to get out of there without his gate crash and without his IGL helping him on the sideline. This is looking like a really tough round for BBL Pacific.
Yeah. They've managed to deal with the players within the site. And the question then starts to be asked, do they go for it? Again, still some spare credits for the defenders to play with, so looks like they're going to challenge, but Tag connecting the shot and leaving Lovers Rock as a lot still to do. Not going to happen. Creamy quick on the trade, and what was a really rough start for the side of Dynasty, starting to climb back into the map.
I'd like to hear that as well. As soon as they take the round, they're getting loud down there. You know, it wasn't so much when they put that second on the board, but this one feels much more repeatable for them. Good success, pushing and pulling the map, waiting for that aggression up through C long, you know? They've sort of made that read. If we don't make any noise, if we don't give them those opening picks, they come looking for it. And that's where Tag, just sitting on a nasty little angle inside their spawn, catches one for free. A timeout as a response, and I like this. 2 rounds left to play for. This could be a 7-5, which for Dynasty is going to be a godsend. That's them right back into the game. Or it could be a much more one-sided affair if BBL Pacific can course correct before this is over.
Well, yeah, and obviously the talking point is when you talk about these teams and these players looking to make it into the VCT, I think you're very much in the conversation of, okay, the BBL Pacific players are probably making it there no matter what. Like, whether they take their org with them. But that is the thing, the pride of Turkey taking Pacific with them into the league. But more importantly, on the other side, if you're Tag, you have the chance to do it with an Italian organization. And I'll be honest with you, unless he sticks with them into the future, the chances of that happening again are incredibly slim. Like, it is difficult to make that run all the way here. We've seen him attempt it a couple of other times, and I think both times not made it out of the groups. I'm sure for him, and more importantly, for Dynasty, that would be a moment to remember. Still, 7-3 up for BBL Pacific, and they are buying once again without any troubles at all.
Their record starting out here on the attack was a little tarnished in the first 8 rounds, but they are rising back up to take the fight. Dynasty, one step at a time. Pushing the credits ever lower on BBL Pacific, but that op is still in play for Lovers Rock, and there have been rounds won and lost on the back of it. Now, though, he's caught behind those smokes, not able to capitalize on the door being swung open and closed. And pressure, Dynasty should know, is keeping players on this side of the map. Don't expect any decision to be made too hastily, and it looks like they'll even go back to re-clear A. They want to push Loida back.
I think now, especially having Tag with the operator, last couple of rounds he's done well to sort of hold the push on C, and again, you saw it in the post plant. It gives them a little bit more confidence, especially with this turret still online, that they're not being pushed on. So they can try and challenge this side of the map, but also play with those rotations a bit more. Tagdo needs to win this fight, but neither player landing the shot. A rotation pulled, especially with the Prowler finding nothing. They're now going to stack up this C site.
And Tag, let's see if he can get one quick scoping like it's caught. In goes the rocket, and it's landed on Lovers Rock. Kreven holding strong in the sideline. The Rock and Rose are here! And they have held strong indeed. The C site, it will not crumble, it will not fall, and BBL Pacific lock in 8 for the halftime, but one more to play for. 9-3 would be a hell of a comeback needed for Dynasty, and when BBL Pacific go to that attack side, I don't think things are going to get very easy, especially looking at how well the Rock is performing right now.
I think a lot of this round, though, was the call. Like, having that aggressive positioning, spotting out Tag, and then the second that contact is made, they put a Prowler straight through B and immediately put all 4 players onto the C side. When you have that many players there with 15 seconds left, odds of winning are slim. And I wouldn't be surprised that we might see a pickup in pace. Immediately trying to make a move in towards the B site. Utility being utilized, but Vamsi's done well. He's taken a fight aggressively towards the broken door, and now they have control.
A foothold to play with. That 4th round calling them. Viper even blocking any sort of impact from this door being swung open. The op really being declined a lot of fights. The shorty up close, Larocque is in so much danger. The jump peak sort of gives the game away. He knows what he's up against, but what do you do here? Walks in and finds Famzy backing up his buddy. One by one, they're starting to fall, leaving only these players in main, but Kreven comes in from the top rope. He's found two, giving them a chance, but Famzy rips it out of their hands. A fourth on the board at halftime. Dynasty, they've done enough to keep their heads over water.
Yeah, it was an incredibly close one in the end for those last couple of rounds, but a couple of rounds that will desperately be needed for Dynasty. But realistically, they have still got one hell of a mountain to climb going into the next.
Indeed. A strong performance from Dynasty. They found their footing in the end. They heated up just as we needed to see them do. And no doubt, we've got someone in the building who's very happy to see that. Let's send it over to Yinsu, who's standing by with Dynasty's co-streamer, Billy Bella.
It is a very big deal that we have Dynasty here in the building in the finals. It also means I get to meet you.
Hello.
Billy Bella, welcome to Berlin. I know this is your first time, so how exciting is it to see a team that you've been watching for so long make it to a grand final?
It's really a big deal. Like I love this kind of environment, but it's too cold, guys. How can you survive in Berlin with this cold weather?
I am so glad you mentioned that. But it is quite hot on stage. I think that the action is definitely hot on stage. And I've heard that Waddle's actually coached you before. Yeah. Is he a good coach?
No, because I'm still Diamond. How can he be a good coach if I'm still Diamond?
But he's a good player, though. Yeah? You like him?
Yeah.
Really good. What do you think what do you wish people knew more about Waddle?
He likes to waddle. Like, I don't know if you see him walking, he does too.
Oh, he physically waddles. Okay, okay. I like the way that he waddles onto site as well. You know, he gets a lot of kills. And also, Tag, of course, if he were to ascend today, that is a huge, huge deal for the Italian community. So talk me through that as well.
Tag is like my little son, but he doesn't like that. But I'm still his mother, so he have to deal with that.
Anything you want to say to your son right now, if you could tell him something?
I don't know. I'm kind of mad because before that he was watching anime, and I was saying, "Why are you watching that before a match?" But it's okay.
It's a buff. It's a buff. Thank you so much for joining me. And yeah, Mitch, why would you ever watch anime before a match?
Yeah, why?
All right, Sue, I'll make sure to delete all the downloaded episodes of Blue Lock just for you. Well, I think for Tag, maybe that was a little bit of a training arc for him, right? He's been warming up in that first half. Now, after the motivation there from Billy Bella, I'm expecting him to come out with a hell of a performance in the pistol. He's even got the Sheriff. He's feeling confident. You love to see that.
Yeah, and well, interestingly, they are one of the better teams in terms of the retaking. I will say it might be a bit of a gamble to give up the sights to BBL Pacific, but last time out versus Twisted, they did struggle a little bit more on this attack side, and if you're a Dynasty fan, that's almost what you have to hope for here. Larocque is about to come under some serious pressure, and a nice start with Creamy already finding the opener. They have lost some space on the other side. The Viper screen, though, should slow down their opponents.
The question is, where are they taking it? BBL Pacific, they've made it look pretty obvious that this is a play towards B or then a pivot to the C site. You've even got Lover's Rock trying to fully sell it with the crossover here. But the rest of the squad is making their way to the A site. They're putting the pressure on the solo holder of Waddle. Lover's Rock, if he can find some more, or if he finds something even for the squad, certainly lighten the load of this A push. But even if they just get Waddle and a plant, that's huge. Waddle needs to find himself some value, at least a pick, but they think the site's fully clear.
Yeah, that was all too easy. Even heard the player back towards Tree. Well, now that's the last man standing. Kreven to try and face the entirety of the Dynasty squad, and there is no way out of there. Creamy with his third of the round, and Dynasty have got a much-needed pistol under their belt.
7-1 down, you end up 8-4 at the half, you win the pistol as well. I mean, that is about as well paved as the road to recovery is ever going to be. A 3-round gap should be set to 2 as well, with their opponents taking an eco. A big confidence builder for a man like Creamy down there, top of the board for his squad now. This is a great resurgence from Dynasty, and exactly what you want to see early on, considering it's their pick as well in the BO5.
It's worth mentioning as well, last 3 times that we've seen them play this map. They were better on the defensive side. Not by a massive margin, but you add a pistol into the mix, and only now being 3, potentially 2 rounds behind, and that could be a defining factor of their comeback, and a needed one of that. As I said, if you're looking at this is the map they almost need to win in the series. For Tag, a little bit of a confidence booster. Maybe seeing, well, he can't see his mum up there on the screen. He's also not his actual mum, but we'll ignore that factor, as they will win a flawless round, and definitely seeing like they are back into the server. Can they now continue this though, Mitch? As an immediate, I don't know if this is going to stick, an immediate purchase of an Odin into the bonus round.
Yeah, I would be surprised if that's going to be kept through.
He's got the credits.
Yeah, it's not like it's putting them onto a pistol if they lose this one.
Unless he wants another Odin for the next round.
Well, he's got teammates who have enough credits to drop it top,
okay.
So that's how I always think about it. Doesn't matter
Yeah.
what credits I have, once my buddy's loaded. But 8-6, 2-round gap for Dynasty, path to recovery. Very much being taken. And with Tycee bringing in that Odin, they're not going to be pulling any punches in this round. In fact, Lloyd has already taken a couple of hits and almost goes down on the cross back to spawn. A great early fight for Dynasty. And look what they're going to do with this information. Already having Famzy sat outside A main, they've double rotated to the B site. Then they've sent one in the form of Creamy to C. You've now got Viper and Killjoy to contest with. For BBL Pacific, they have to start competing for some map control before they even think about pushing a site.
Yeah, they've already used Boombot, so it will just be the singular Prowler remaining, or they're just going to try and dry peek it, and because of that, weren't expecting anybody in the corner. Fact is, though, not the worst of trades. That's one of the rifles gone, and they've taken this space back with a decent amount of time left on the clock. 40 seconds to try and make a move, and that move doesn't look like it's stopping. Waddle, though, caused them issues in the pistol round as well, just by his patience. And now with the cross held by the Odin, this could be tough.
They're challenging it, but the paranoia doesn't land quite in time. Eventually, the spray is lost, and so too is Tycee. With that space taken on the B site, the plan can at least be found. Still, the advantage sits. The lighter armed defensive side. Waddle has a challenge on his hands. It's Kreven on the other side, full health and a rifle, but he falls after one. It's all on Loida. He's 51 HP, jumping across. He will survive, but he's gambling on that not being stuck. At least at this point, it's too late. He now knows that was maybe stuck to half. There's the tap to pull him into the open, but he uses the TP, baiting Waddle out and swinging it, but the classic finds him in the end. Dynasty continue to climb back. This team was 7-1 down, and they are now just 1 round behind.
Oh, Waddle comes in with one of the highest KDs in the entirety of the tournament. And there's a reason for that. He's getting a lot of kills and normally doesn't die. 5 HP was the difference in this round. And I will say, it's another thing that Loiter, I feel, does better than anyone else, is those jump peaks with the TP to get him back into the corner. It was so close to working out with the HP difference, but that round is so integral. Puts them 1 behind after what was an incredibly slow start, a 7-1 lead on their opponent's first choice. And although the numbers might still be in BBL Pacific's favor, I feel like the game is well and truly flipped.
The momentum most certainly has. See the defensive prowess, and if we're to believe the numbers, as you said, the Dynasty looking a little bit more comfortable on that defense. Yeah, it looks like it's very much BBL Pacific who now have their work cut out for them. Investment from that attacking side, a couple of pistols. Of course, Larocque still coming in with the Guardian. Contending with this A main control is big enough task of its own. Larocque already down. The spams have done quite a bit of damage, and it looks like eventually BBL Pacific decide they don't want that fight.
It also hasn't baited much in terms of rotations. We're now seeing Tag bolstering up a little bit, and that shot's actually really important.
Not ready yet.
Famzy going down does leave the site open. Allows for an afterplant.
30 seconds left.
Allows for a gun to be picked up. And it's just got a little bit more dangerous. Can they deny the plant with any form of spams? No.
The gun picked up is an outlaw, so it's only Ticey who's vulnerable to that one hit with full shield still on 3 players. The damage being done in return. Now Nightfall completely robbing them of info. Snakebite forcing them into the open. Big fight. The Dynasty have managed to, oh no, get out of the Snakebite. It's faded just in time, but Ticey's there now. Benefit of the TP off the Nightfall. They never see it coming, and the defuse underway will not be denied. It may have been close in terms of numbers, but Dynasty, they find it again. Now neck and neck, 8-8. With BBL Pacific, which is a damn sight better than it looked like we would get to.
Yeah, a weird thing I'm about to say, but that was a very sneaky Odin play that just came out from Dicey. It just ran through the smoke. Obviously, they were deafened by that Nightfall being used. Couldn't hear the amount of sort of steps he will have made to get him behind them. Even the TP, oh, there you go. I don't think you're ever going to see anything like this if they aren't deafened by that ultimate. And a huge round for them to take away. Scoreline equalized, and well, maybe that early confidence has started to fade for BBL Pacific. A pause to be called, but when you've lost 4 rounds in a row and the scoreline is still level, there's still plenty of time to fix things.
This is the last time out for BBL Pacific. Dynasty still having won after that massive upset in the early stages of this map. Now taking Eco in the previous. Made it look damn close. This is where the lead could be taken by Dynasty after looking like they maybe had to start thinking about map 2 20 minutes ago.
Oh, for sure. Like, in the first 8 rounds, they're being absolutely bodied. Like, struggling to get any form of map control. Struggling to make it to a site. But they gave themselves just about enough room, it seems. And now moving on to the defense. It's been a different ballgame. I like this, though, from BBL Pacific. Immediate A control. It's something they've not had much of throughout the entirety of this second half. They've been struggling in the early stages of the round, but this time it feels like it's been given up to them. And even gambling to try and challenge the Odin. It's not going to be easy.
Oh, Kraven's gotten him. The walk through the doors worked out. Lover's Rocks landed a shot. Now your Viper Wall down and out of the round. And well, with this full buyback, it looks like BBL Pacific have found their return to winning ways. Yeah. Rose will give his life for the plant, but he wants that clock to be ticking in their favor. As a 3v2 comes into play, Famzy already down to 26 HP. He will at least be able to keep his up, finding a little gap and then using it. Kraven, I'm not sure where he was going, and I'm not sure why, but this is a problem now. They've got a showstopper to work with. They've got time on their side. The nades found a kill. It has to be Lover's Rock. He's got to find something, and Famzy with his 4th secures the round for Dynasty. That's a round that never should have been. 26 HP, and they offered it up to him on a plate.
I don't think he took a point of damage either throughout the whole retake. That was just seemingly... Okay, the first nade, forgivable. This was just Kraven misreading his own ultimate. Like, he believed he covered every corner, and because of that was like, oh, I'm up against the pistol, I'll just take the fight. A gamble that was completely unnecessary, then a second player going down to the second nade of Famzy. It might be the most impact you're going to see from paint shells, maybe throughout the tournament, like, especially in isolated circumstances.
Of all the rounds, this is the one where you smash the pause button, but unfortunately for BBL Pacific, it's been disconnected. They've already used their 2. And in fact, they used it just before that round, so that's a heartbreaker of a way to bounce back. Oh. Dynasty now in the lead. Look at this corner, not cleared. Waddle's finding 2. So much damage done, but somehow BBL Pacific managed to put this back to a level playing field, even picking up some weapons. They now look for a fight deep in the spawn.
There's been a lot of close rounds, but in each of them, Dynasty has been able to come out on top. The early start from Waddle looked like it sealed the deal already, but Kraven looking to make up for the last, it seems, leaving Creamy alone. The swing is risky, and an instant shot from Creamy now makes this one possible. Viper's Pit utilized just to try and clear some space, but Loiter's trying to find his way around the edge. He's been spotted, and Creamy will take it all. It is a round of dreams for him, and a 10th for Dynasty. BBL Pacific have got to be kicking themselves at this point.
That 7-1 seems a long, long way away. Dynasty playing an unbelievable game when it comes to clutches. I mean, we come into today, we're looking at someone like Laroc, thinking, oh, he's got to be the biggest clutcher in the league, or, well, second attack us, I suppose, but everyone on Dynasty's doing it here. Bamsy in the last round, Creamy in this, and BBL Pacific 2 rounds in a row that they'll be looking to break the button that calls the pause.
It's got to be smashed at this point. Like these are moments where it's a 1v3, spike planted. There's no reason to be taking any of these fights. And those gambles have bit them in the bum again. Another opportunity to get themselves onto the site. Laroc even going to use the showstopper to guarantee that space, but oh, that was almost the kill. 5 HP. Lockdown also available. So they don't really need to overcommit this, whereas the attack are feeling the need to take some space.
Probably the best fight for a judge. 5 health, medium range, easy kill. And he's sticking up close. He's got support further back there. The dive around alongside the Paranoia. Huge damage done. Tags down to 41. Famsy's had his shield stripped off him. But this round is far from done. Certainly based on what we saw in the last 2. The run for the smoke lands Famsy an opening. But now they buy time. Those thorns delaying so long. In goes the C's a little early, considering the work the thorns are putting up. But the timer, it's already ticked too far. It's time to run, turn tail, and save these weapons. Dynasty finally forced to give up on an unwinnable round. The BBL Pacific, with that round win, trailing by 1. I didn't think I'd be saying that in this map.
Well, they could have won any of the last 3 rounds, let's be real. Like, if they weren't making mistakes of their own, this could be a very different scoreline, but it's good to see that they've still got fuel left in the tank. I think the good thing from their perspective was that was a really well-played round. They knew that the opponents wanted to use the lockdown. They knew what was one of the most threatening positions, which was from that defender spawn. So they just don't allow them the space. They put a judge in an aggressive position. Great call from them in this round. And the lack of mistakes. Otherwise, Lovers Rock, he wanted to take that peak, but oh no, he's actually got back for it. Never mind, Famsy has been caught.
Early off pick. Opening duel for BBL Pacific, and they've lost Rose to the spam! They've almost lost Lovers Rock as well. Look, sometimes we look at teams giving away advantages, but that one has been stolen by Dynasty. But the upside for BBL Pacific is they've made the right call. The C-site push sees one player passive due to this lockdown, and he will be forced to play the retake. Do they go for the plants here?
Are they going to push it? Destroyed by the nade. Good utility usage. I think they knew they had to move quick after losing Rose. But the reaction has got them into a post plant. Lovers Rock also taking down Tag, gives them that advantage once again. And the hold this time looking a lot more patient in their crossfires. Leaving just one standing, and it's not going to work out. Solid from Loiter. Great hold on the back of that site. And after plenty of blips, it doesn't seem to have affected the mental of the other side. They will level things up once again, and more importantly, look at the economy.
That's it, right? Last time that we came into this neck-and-neck scenario was somewhere that both teams had the money. Both teams are investing. But this time around, Dynasty almost have to concede that lead. Their credits sitting low. BBL Pacific starting to tighten up a little bit in those later situations, those post plans where they have advantages. They've learned a lesson, it seems, and now it's on Dynasty to keep on teaching. Ticey down to 45. He's forced off that angle. The fallback, the rotate is coming in just in time. It looks like they've got the read on this defensive side. A potential 4-man stack on A when the push comes in.
They went for an early reveal set play with the one rifle in hand. Creamy now is the other side of the coin. It's not connected. He has a chance to take everybody down. 2 with the Bucky.
Cover going out.
And now a little bit of hesitation. Loiter just looking for info with the TP, but hasn't really found much at all. With Ticey locking them in, they can keep this stack at least for now.
You've lost Kravitz, you've lost flank control. They go back to clear, and Ticey's walking up. He needs to survive. They will hunt him down quickly, take that site if they can. But instead it will be towards the B site. Now a player on the door. Paranoia sent through. This is going to be tagged, holding on for dear life, but in comes Ticey to land one. Larocque desperately low, is spammed out. The wall bang from Waddle might just have locked in this round. 20 seconds. Lovers Rock needs to be quick, find a spike, find a plant, and with 3 players there as well, and rifles being picked up.
I'm watching it.
I think this one's done, surely.
I got the spike.
Get the spike.
10 seconds left.
Sprint his way around to the site. Should have just about enough time. It will get him his ult, but utilizing it here is not going to be easy, and they are hot on his tail. Knew it as well. Didn't have time to pull out the sniper. What a round to come out of Dynasty, a low buy where they gamble, but I really like the set play. Like having that early use of, okay, we're going to get aggressive with our one rifle. We're going to have the immediate setup to try and put utility into play. That didn't work. We got a Bucky behind a wall. That's the other side of it. But we're forcing them into that place. And then the constant rotations, the constant gambles, knowing that they had weaker weaponry. Maybe even a little bit of luck.
Yeah, maybe a little, and just in time. 11-10, the lead stays in their favor. And one thing I'll say is, as I said, when the 3rd round went up for Dynasty, you could hear it on the stage. They were getting loud. They never gave up on this, a game that, well, I'm sure plenty of people out there have had their ranked games stop in their tracks once it hit 7-1, maybe even earlier. And up against BBL Pacific, where Larocque was firing on all cylinders. Seemed like there was no way back, yet here they are. In the lead, the economy pushed to its brink on BBL Pacific, and victory here, they could just need to tap it in to close out map number 1.
Waddle up close. I kind of expected him to be the one in a retake scenario just because of his ultimate being online. He's going to get forced back, but that's a lot of utility ultimately for nothing other than space. Is Ticey really going to TP across? He is. Wanting to make sure they at least have some control of this A site, but with the dimensional drift being utilized, a lot of space is going to get cleared.
Here.
There it is, the 2 players close by have already been spotted. Guns up and ready to fight for BBL Pacific. Famzy getting that regen shield up, and he finds one still. He was so low, to get any value is huge as they quickly follow up on the back of it, leaving 2 standing for BBL Pacific. One that can retrieve the spike though. The door even open to make them think this could be a play to the C site, but the plant on A is now being heard. Flank up from Krevin needs to be quick. If Loida goes down, this round is already lost, but he's made it into the tree. Krevin's got the backstab of dreams. It's a little shaky, but he gets there in the end. It's not the best of positions, but he just wants to buy as much time as he can.
The guns.
The clock ticking away. Waddle ready for the fight with the reveal, and he knows now there's a player in tree. The door opens. Now both are here, but Tag isolates the first and the second. Dynasty continuing step by step. 1 round away from closing this out with 2 chances. This is sensational from the defensive side.
Showing real resilience after the start, but also showing the stones, like the amount of risks that we're seeing. The swing through from Famzy, then the spam that helped out Creamy to take some space as well. The ultimate from Krevin was just hopeful to try and take the guns away to slow them down, but it didn't work. Neither of them were caught. And now with 2 chances on what has been a stellar defensive side, that retake stat is only going to increase. 6 so far. And then the other 2 with a pistol. An already early spam, early reveal. Not quite as much damage as maybe Ticey would hope.
Here we go. What could be the last push for BBL Pacific. This is their opponent's map pick, but with the lead they had, the Dynasty looking dead and buried in those first 8 rounds. Well, they have very much come back.
Bring them down.
Even the dying flame can burn the hand that seeks to snuff it out, and for BBL Pacific, they stand here attempting one last time to snuff out Dynasty before this becomes a raging inferno. Recovering a map like this from that kind of deficit, I mean, we talk about momentum, we talk about confidence. It does everything and more that you need, especially as the underdog.
Yeah, timer ticking. BBL Pacific have just over 30 seconds to try and make their move. Tag is the only defender on this side of the map. They've also lost their lurk of Rose. And with how successful they've been in the retakes, it's no surprise that Dynasty are not getting ahead of themselves, not losing those protocols that have brought them back into this game. Tag just waiting patiently with support, the high-low, too much for LaRock to do anything. And now the showstopper, not quite for free. They survive, but they are surviving by nothing but a hair's breadth. One man left and the comeback will be completed. Dynasty are going to take their map choice in pretty impressive fashion.
Flawless.
A map that started out with despair, but my goodness, they have come back into it 13-10. They even have a little bit of a margin to win by in the end. For BBL Pacific, a devastating loss, but it is their map pick up next. A map we haven't seen them play in a long time. We haven't seen them play with this 5. The bounce back, it's always possible for BBL Pacific, but 1-0 for Dynasty as we go off to a break.
Tout seul là-dessus, Ace, oui, c'est... Man himself is being shot.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my popcorn out. Popcorn now, yeah, I'm a kite to my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out. Need a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผล the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยก็ต่อยสักชูดีกว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. 52 sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the road short. You just catfish. Cavity said, 밤에 그 관직. Summer head from the
You were the higher seed today and choose Team B in the votes. What was the reason behind this? If it goes the last map, we want to start defend, and I thought they can bind. That was the reason. Thank you.
You started this map 1-7 down. How did the boys make this impressive comeback? I mean, we needed the round. Obviously, we started very nervous. It can happen, you know, given how important the match is. It was something that we took into consideration when we were talking before the game started. But we just needed to get some rounds. We know we are very good on this map. The moment we changed a couple of rounds, how we recovered towards the end of the attack, we knew that we were about to have a good defense, and that was the case. That was the case pretty much.
Well, it was a great recovery indeed. I'm your hosting, so I've got Hypoc here with me once again, and a very special guest, Enzo. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm great. I mean, as good as I can be after yesterday, but I feel good. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, absolutely a big fan of the Enzoden. I hope we continue to see more and more and more of it. Here's the thing though, Enzo, you have played against these teams before. You are aware of them, you're familiar with them. Particularly on Lotus, I was a little bit not super confident about BBL Pacific's Lotus. You beat them. Do you feel like they'd managed to change anything? Is it still the same Lotus as the last time? Is that the reason why they lost again?
Well, the first thing is they changed their composition, because when we beat them, they had Viper Vice comp, and that's what I call the double blocker comp. It's really hard against that comp to go C. It's really, really hard. It's hard to go straight to B because of the blocking power of Viper, so you have to exploit A a lot. And now they changed. They decided to change and go for a double duelist comp. The point of that comp is to make sure you have more diving power, so you can go deeper into sites, and you can also combine your ult with whatever you want. So whether it's an Omen Blind or a Raze ultimate, that's exactly what they did. And I think it's great because it's really simple to play that comp, but unfortunately it didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, I think that the comp's an interesting thing, because we were watching this obviously backstage together, and it's all well and good kind of playing towards this sort of ethos, but there was a few really obvious overheat moments here from BBL Pacific, where I think actually that's where Dynasty have impressed me previously in terms of structure. So I think in terms of the comp change, that maybe was a little bit of a miss for me.
Yeah, and speaking of things that impressed us, if we take a look at the Herman Miller player performance highlight, it is Creamy Dreamy out here. This is third round in a row, Hypoc, where Dynasty pulled off something absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, some of these were outrageous, but this one for me was the one that you think is like, yeah, surely it doesn't happen, right? And then you see the pick coming out, you're thinking, oh God, he's gonna have space behind this to reposition on Creamy, but this second kill, at that point, then you just think, yeah, I mean, he's dialed in. He's dialed in to close this out.
This is what Creamy Dreams are made of, if you ask me.
You can't say that.
I'm sorry, that's why
we dodged that so many times.
His name is Creamy Dreamy. But of course, Enzo, you know, BBL Pacific, they were 7-1 down, so for Dynasty to make this comeback is crazy. Why do you think, from your opinion, they were able to win that map?
I think what the coach said is very, very true. When you're on that stage, when you're playing, sometimes you need one moment, you need one round, so that your team gets hyped up, gets confidence back, and starts winning rounds. And they had that one moment, and I think that one moment was a C retake.
The 7-2? The 7-2?
Yeah, something around 7-2.
Yeah, the overinvestment of the ult, I believe, right?
I think they invested a Vice ult, yes, and there was a Viper ult on site as well. And that retake, at least that postman situation, I think was the pivotal moment for them. So
to come back to the same thing as well, there was a few situations, I think this is a good example, where I think actually even in response there, Waddle throws the Nightfall in, because it's just like, if you're going to buy Soul, okay, cool, we've got something else to throw at you. That's why it feels like an overinvestment. It's almost like BBL Pacific were stacking so heavy on some of these coin flip situations when they had this round lead that unfortunately then Dynasty, the bigger boom to them is actually closing out some of the clutch scenarios and the more structured and more tempered approaches to this, is where they actually took control of the map and the tempo.
I'm very worried because Abyss is next. You know, map 1, this is where we expected Dynasty to win. This is their best map for a reason. But my worry is not about what's happening next. It's about the answer that we heard from Coach Key, that the reason they wanted to go Team B in a best of 5 is to pick sides on map 5. And Enzo, you give your opponent the map 1 and 3 pick, you might not even see map 5. It's not going to matter by the time we get there. So how big of a risk was this?
I mean, it's what happened to us yesterday. We knew that map 1 and 3 were really good for ULF when we played against them yesterday, and they won everything. I think it's very risky. Like, I think it's a very risky move. especially like, does the side of map 5 matter that much?
Yeah. They
I'm
want to
not
start
sure.
defense, he said, specifically.
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
And it's just another situation where I don't want to say this is a coin flip, but it's such a risk. It's almost like they're so that confidence kind of bleeds over into a couple of. I don't want to say decision making overall here, but certainly here with after seeing map 1, is that really the approach to a best of 5? Where are they massively underrating Dynasty?
Yeah, I think a small element of that. Yeah.
You're even saying that you were most impressed with Dynasty, right? As a team from scrims the last 3 days.
Yeah, so when we were here practicing, Dynasty was kind of our scrim partner for the last 3 days, and to be honest, I was quite impressed by them. Because I saw a team, I played against a team that really moves together, is very aggressive, and you need that to play against Pacific.
How's their Abyss?
And their Abyss, I was about to say it, their Abyss was one of the best looking maps.
Ooh.
I mean, we were talking about when the veto came up, again, the loss to Ulf, I feel like was a bit of a throw. Like, I think a little bit of complacency, a couple of players maybe getting ahead of themselves, and Ulf just having that X factor to close out some of those crucial rounds. Here I come into this, I'm more concerned now to see that comeback in map 1, to then go into Abyss, because...
Well, comebacks on Team Heretics, so
cool.
we're not going to see that.
Low-hanging fruit.
And Lohan is here, so I'm
but
glad
to come
you
into
mentioned
Abyss,
him as well.
I was massively impressed by them. I really was, and then they doubled down on that in the performance versus job life.
Yeah, and for me, it's a lot about also, okay, hold on, BBL Pacific. Of course, they haven't played this map yet here in Berlin. But for me, their weak point was Lotus. They've got it out of the way. And now they've come in with a brand new comp on Abyss. Do we like it?
That's what's a concern. I mean, yes, mixing things up a little bit here. The Jet, the Yoru, I feel is going to struggle against what Dynasty were happy to show, which is these flood pre-takes. Again, they were probing across the map on the defensive, very proactive once more, but the fact that they were committing towards this denial of the plant, I think is what BBL Pacific are probably going to struggle with here.
Yeah, most likely. But I think right now, if you are BBL Pacific, you need not to overthink. You just need to play your game, just do your things. And these guys, they know how to play very aggressively. And because they have a double dive comp, I expect them to reach sites, like punch really deep into sites, and then
push towards CT, yeah,
get some kills towards CT, and then fully reset. And also on their attacking side, I expect them to play around the KO knife a lot.
Yeah, and for LaRock, he's played a lot of agents, but for a Turkish player, not all that many times on Jet. So Mitch and Tom, this is going to definitely be a very interesting match.
Oh, it certainly is for BBL Pacific coming back for revenge. That first map, one that was very much, it felt like, in their pocket till Dynasty came along. And, well, I played a game I don't think I've seen played for quite a while. Individually, they stepped up. They were taking advantages, though, of mistakes being made. BBL Pacific getting a little overconfident in a lot of those fights. But now they've learned that if they do that, they're going to be punished pretty heavily.
Yeah, also the comp they're coming in with kind of, it has similarities to what Fnatic used to run. It was that double dive that instead of having the Cypher, they would have had the Breach. So they don't have necessarily the same amount of setup, but you do have that ability to just, especially on the A site on attack, have those nasty, aggressive site hits. I will say though, in recent times I've been a much bigger fan of the Waylay. I think especially if you're running double dive, I think Waylay Yoru is disgustingly good. I want to see what LaRock has to bring, because I think he's only had a couple of games on Jet. But you know, Turkish player on Jet, you kind of have to feel a little bit confident.
Definitely feels like there's more depth when you, in terms of the tools that you have and the options in those after the initial decision when you have Waylay in. Jet, you're going to be committing a bit more. Now you can already see this pressure on the A site responded to with the full mid push in the early round. They've completed it now by taking down Tag. He spotted a few. 3 players might not be expected. Dynasty, though, hearing the footsteps, they adjust, move up towards Heaven. They'll look to take a deeper fight to the spawn. They could even go back to B if they want, but starting to now split, sending 1 player to main, 2 to the vents, and 1 to their opponent's spawn. I hope they don't spread themselves too thin, and in fact, they've done just enough to push back an early crunch from the defense.
Famzy's position is the one that's definitely the most interesting. While everybody else has just been trying to make space, he's played super deep, but they expect it. They're ready for players to be around this corner. Will they be ready for everybody else, though? So many players still left to find the timing. Nice for Ticey, but for everybody else, it has fallen a little flat. Creamy, the only one remaining, and he will fall the same. Another solid start with the defensive side pistol coming out of BBL Pacific.
Yeah, rounds on the board early. I do like what we saw there from Dynasty, though. As soon as they lose flank control and they hear a lot of steps, they split, right? That's always a little bit risky in a pistol like that. Two players pursuing them into the vents, but they extended just far enough to show BBL Pacific that they were potentially going to look for that fight. Then came back. It got them the space to, maybe put that spike on the floor or take a fight together. But in the end, it's fights going the other way. Send BBL Pacific into that lead. 3 Bulldogs, 4 Bulldogs perhaps. Yeah, it's going to be a very heavy investment when those barriers go up by the looks of things. The Marshall, the signature weapon in these early rounds for Lovers Rock. He was able to do quite a bit of damage with it over on Lotus.
Investment though. Full buy. Stingers for everybody. I don't think this will be expected at all, and in fact, definitely not. Loiter's already been caught at the back of the site. Stinger upgraded, and there's definitely a risk being taken by Dynasty, but at least for now, it's worked wonders.
BBL Pacific not having the upper hand in those fights that they thought they would. Still 3 Bulldogs to play with, but the numbers thinning out. The herd knocked together and falling one by one as Lovers Rock comes onto the site. He's got 2 more to take down after the first kill, but the pressure is on. Those steps hurt.
Away.
He's heard them both at this point. Taps it again, pulls them into the fight. The drop down, he's on the side angle, but takes a bit too long with the appetizer to make it to the main course. That's a risky play from Dynasty, making that investment, but it has worked out 1-1.
Yeah, I think you're now seeing that confidence that was talked about in the break by their coach. Just the fact that you started the game so slow, you felt like you just needed a round to get going, and then in these sort of moments early in the game, you go, okay, it's their map choice, let's try and throw them off. Like, they've come in with a plan. They haven't had much practice in terms of actual game time. The last time they played this map was in February, and with a different duelist and a different comp. So now, you've thrown a massive spanner in the works early. I think as well, last time this map was played, it was an 8-4 defensive side for Dynasty. So maybe feeling as well like, okay, we can have a couple of risks taken when it comes to our attack side. And why? It's most certainly paid off. Look at the buyback on the other side. It's a singular Sheriff.
Not quite given the opportunities that their opponents were in round 2, and I think for BBL Pacific, yeah, they've got the stack up on B, and you can see Famzy outside of it, but the main body of this force going elsewhere. Early rotate called. BBL Pacific abandoning B completely as the drone goes in on A. But Dynasty, they're winning the game of cat and mouse. Back towards the B site they go. Space taken by Famzy after rotates were... I'm not even sure that he heard them with where he was. I think he might have been slightly too far away, but a good read nonetheless. The B site plant will be found for free, and BBL Pacific got to be scratching their heads. They haven't seen anybody.
Yeah, obviously in these sort of rounds, there's only really one way that this is ever going to end, and that is by falling off of the map.
Player standing.
Seems like for the Sheriff player of Larock, it's more about getting a couple of orbs. If he can try and just take somebody's head off with the Sheriff, they've seen 4 players go down, probably understand what's going on here. You don't see 4 players jump off the map and then the last one, but there you go. Not finding anything quick enough. All of the Pacific players will fall to their doom. And for Dynasty, wow, that's not bad at all. You win a second round, you get an upgrade, and now you get to keep every single one of your weapons going into round number 4. This is about as good of a start you could hope to get on your opponent's map choice.
Yeah, listen, a tactical pistol loss, perhaps. It certainly works out in their favor, but whether premeditated or not, almost certainly not.
I would say.
BBL Pacific find themselves down by 1. This is where the operator comes into play for Lovers Rock. Again, this weapon, it seems to have had its struggles on Lotus, even in the latter stages. Better than what we saw before, but we come into this round, to this map, a lot of space available for him to get aggressive, for Lovers Rock to look for these early fights, and you can see it towards B main. He's already detected the Cypher there, but mid, characteristically open. Love that gate crash use. He's cleared out pretty much the entirety of B. They can afford to start looking for some picks on mid if they want, and the drone's what's going to find them that little bit of information.
I like what Tag was doing, though. Like, even though you haven't seen your opponent play this map, you understand the tendencies of having that double duelist on defense. So you know he's going to be holding a close angle. Let's throw a cage in. Let's give a risk that he needs to either stick there and take the fight or fall back. And because of that, a lot of the information of that deep control has now dissipated completely. Even still, though, BBL Pacific have stuck to the majority of their team here, and a TP's already gone through on towards the site. Ticey finds one, but two have fallen in return, and they've got to be careful of their backline. Larocque ring around a Rosie. He's going to get himself maybe two, and he does. Just a quick, sneaky push, and leaves Tag now, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, I think with the limited information that they've given away at that point, Dynasty just assumed, you know, they've seen two players towards this A site. There's probably not a third guy who was close hiding in the smokes that we missed. But like ships in a night, it's exactly how it went down. Tag at least finding himself one more. A bit more damage done to the BBL Pacific side. But a very strong round shown from them with the op early on towards that B site. Now being carried forward by Tag, though. Dynasty will have that available for the next.
I wonder who they're rooting for. Have a small guess.
Effective. Cover going out.
They are back on the board for BBL Pacific. Of course, we mentioned it. Their map choice, and it does feel like the series gets further into their favor. Further down the maps they go. It was even mentioned by their coach in between the maps that the reason for their selection is they wanted the side choice on map number 5, so they're definitely prepared to go that far. The attack, though, maybe back to basics. Early spam. Larocque's just going straight through him. Well, he's met his maker.
Yeah, Waddle shock dart. He happened to dash right into it. It's already been tagged on the way out. It's a risky play early on, and it hasn't worked out. It's drawn the rotation of Lover's Rock to this A site, but...
Do you reckon that was for a trip? The shock dart, just to wear on that close corner box. I think there was no plan to kill him. I think that was just
well, I mean, it's probably not for a player. You don't expect him to be in that corner, do you? When you're firing it through, so a happy accident for Dynasty. I mean, again, the calls here on the attack have been perfect. The way they've been pushing and pulling. They find this pick on A, denying the early aggression, and then they walk into the B site. It's wide open, it's free.
There.
Ramsey up close. Already tagged low, but the flash is sublime. Supportive utility to help, but while only one back in response, it is quickly diminished. A solid hold from the side of Dynasty. And some wonderful supportive pieces of utility. The shock dart for the first kill and the flash that just left. Yeah, it's just it's just the shock dart seemingly for the corner.
That's got to be a frustrating way to go down. And I think for BBL Pacific more so, the fact that this is a round where they invest their full economy. They don't have money for the next. They got baited into rotations for now the second time. Dynasty have been able to get onto a site for free. One was an eco, and that's fine. This one being a bit of a mix-up of a buy. Lover's Rock trying to get there early with the judge. But this now looks like a pretty easy round for Dynasty. Well, they've lost the opening pick, and look, there's lots of Sheriffs in play, and then Lover's Rock finding one with the weaker weapon. The Shorty in the smoke, a shock dart kill for Rose, and the advantage stays in the side of BBL Pacific. I mean, should have been a formality, but there's a real fight on their hands in Larocque. Well, he might have gotten past the trip, but they'll know where he is now.
Yeah, knowing that there's a guy on the flank, already trying to isolate. If Larocque wins this fight, it's going to put an awful lot of pressure. They know exactly where he is. Waddle going to play the close corner. We've seen this one before, but the problem is he's lost his teammate. They now have a reveal of their own, him being picked up every second and from an absolute nothing by Sheriffs and a Shorty. We're going to see a round come up for BBL Pacific.
Well, Lover's Rock missed his opportunity with the judge, but with the Shorty, right place, right time. Dynasty have been so good at avoiding these big stack-ups. They lose an opening to a sneaky little trap, and from there, everything just crumbles. And I think even in the previous round, they will have seen that trip in play because they went up and over it. Close enough to have at least heard it. But this time, it seems to catch them completely off guard. 3-3.
It's been a weird map so far. Pistol win. A loss and now a response with, well, pistols once again. Maybe that's the key for BBL Pacific. But I also think after some of these defeats, we've seen Dynasty just go back to basics. Go for more of an all-in execute with the flank just being watched. The amount of space already taken, but this was seemingly something that was waited for. A combination of ultimates just trying to get the pick, but it hasn't worked out. Eventually, the shorty will do the work, but in the meantime, there's been a response. Post-plant found, and this is the backstab. Waiting patiently, Rose. He had an inkling, he had an idea, but it's only been half-checked. And now, Core with utility in hand, he turns around, but just a split second too late. That leaves his teammates isolated on the side, but the diffuser's already underway. Kreven will get it to half, but denied by the utility, still just trying to survive within it, and just has to try and stick this all the way. The spams need to connect, and Creamy will make sure they do. The direct approach, again, working for Dynasty.
Yeah, Creamy saving the round, though. I mean, he was 14 HP, and he dodged a lot of shots. I was starting to get very nervous. And again, it seems like in a lot of these fights, so quick to grab these trades on Dynasty that they are playing as a pack, hunting down these players.
But that
Fine
kind
time
of,
for the late flank attack.
It leans into what I'm talking about. It feels like when they go direct as a unit, their synergy off of each other is very, very good. Like the fundamentals from this Dynasty side are fantastic. When they're trying to play with the rotations, that's where it feels like they get caught a little bit more.
It's understandable, though, when they've had 2 rounds of just free value waltzing into a site. Definitely feels like in terms of those early bits of pressure they're putting through, BBL Pacific were overplaying their hand in some of these rounds. Although in those rounds, they did have much weaker weapons to work with. Lover's Rock up in hand, Bladestorm for Larocque, neither finding that early contact as Dynasty abandon the default and move towards A late. It will be the Bladestorm challenge. This tag's being forced back by the drone on middle, but all eyes on Larocque, the man who we've seen put up numbers more times than I can count. And with those 5 blades, this could be anything but an easy push.
They've made a full read. Look at the rotation. 3rd player coming in. The 2 players on the B side even starting to get itchy feet. They are well aware of where this push is coming in, but they've got to be careful of the man above. Fancy has caused them issues, and the fact is it's the double dive with Ticey that works out for them on A again. Still, Kreven waiting. And they know that Tag's going to be behind them somewhere. So wary of that player coming through the door, and he eventually does make the move, but Kreven will win that fight. Leaves things almost perfectly even in terms of the HP. But the operator in a retake, not ideal, but it does work if they're still trying to figure out where to plant.
10 seconds left.
Oh, Creamy almost got one, but Kreven's flank finally comes through to close it out for BBL Pacific. Now, you had the Bladestorm online on backside. It looked like it would have a lot of value, but look at that. Larocque gets suppressed just as the push comes through. Beautiful timing coming out of Creamy. Somehow he still ended up with a kill, though, using his shorty to jump up and convert.
Well, considering how low Kreven was from the initial fight, he had a fantastic round. Wins a 1v1 versus a flank he knew was eventually going to come, and then used the timing to wrap all the way back around the other side of the map to clear him at the end. Just good positioning after what was a rough start to the round. Back and forth continuing. Still leaves the attack with rifles for this one, but well, it's safe to say the loser of this round, Mitch, will be struggling.
Yeah, this is really where you could see that little streak come together, especially if it is BBL Pacific taking it. That off from Lover's Rock. There's been reposition. You know, we haven't seen him look for a lot of contact on mid, and that's going to catch Tag way off guard. And Lover's Rock's always been in B main, putting the pressure on there. Or rotating to A, but this is the first time we see that deep mid play, and Tag, well, he had no idea what he was walking into.
It's worrying as well, because Tag has been a nuisance. Like, the backstabs have been problematic, but even when he fails, it's the knowledge that he could be there behind you that has been something BBL Pacific have had to consider.
Oh, that was a beautiful paranoia. But Famsi can't get the kill because LaRock is holding it down on that side angle. Loida eventually falling. The Hunter's Fury tracking him down. Shock Dart's good for damage. It won't get a kill this time, but the next one makes it dangerous. Creamy going for the plant. They'll invade heaven, but Rose gets there first to spam. It came so close. Creamy survives on a sliver of health, but the op shot will take that health bar down to 0. Only Waddle left. Big rounds in that first map, but he's not watching his side. Kreven comes around to lock in the lead for BBL Pacific.
Yeah, I've been surprised, especially with how Lovers Rock has been able to do once the opponents actually take a site. Normally getting back in with the operator is really difficult, but I think firstly some of the swing picks he's done have been fantastic, but also his patience. He allows his teammates to sort of make those moves. This round, though, a lot of it felt down to what Rose was able to do. Slow them down, give time for the rotations, and then also find a pick along the way. It will be enough to sound the alarm bells. Bear in mind, this is the first time in this map so far that 2 rounds in a row have gone the way of BBL Pacific. And it's worth noting as well that, like, again, for Dynasty, this is a map that we've already seen them play and win when playing up against Job Life, a defeat to the Turkish counterparts, and maybe that's the reason we see it in the pool today. But for Pacific, we have not seen this iteration of the roster play this map at all. Yeah. Even though they chose it.
Yeah, I mean, but it always has a very strong flair to it. If you come in and choose a map like that, it feels like you've been saving it or cooking up in the down days that you had, ready to play. And it certainly seems like they have come in on good form. And I think not even copying what is, I think, generally speaking, it seems to be the strongest composition when it comes to this map. If you're playing that double duelist, if you're playing the Yoru, we see the Waylay in there a lot. LaRock's comfort on Jet, even though he hasn't played a ton on Jet. I think even Sue brought it up when we came to Agent Select. Like, it's strange to see that decision not flip-flop in the other direction, but assuming it is due to his comfort. Move in to round number 10. The investment from Dynasty is going to be decent. They've got Stingers, and if they can make it close, they're going to have a whale of a time. But the op, well, it's changed hands. An Outlaw sits on the B side. It is LaRock standing strong here on A with 2 picks and a spray through the smoke. BBL Pacific have got a massive leg up, and luckily Lloyd has got that cover from further back. A stylish round from BBL Pacific.
I feel like my favorite bit about this is that Lovers Rock has gone into an Outlaw. I can only assume because he kind of wanted to get an orb this round. Like, you go in with the 2-shot, everybody's low, you have a good chance to actually get yourself the ultimate, and instead it's the guy he gave the operator to that ends up farming up all of those orbs. A few away now from the Blaze Storm, but luckily with the Diffusal, we are going to see that Dimensional Drift in play anyway. A big round. And a big confidence round for LaRock. And as I said, this is the first time we've seen a streak from BBL Pacific, but it's now at least leveled up the half. And more importantly, gives them a good chance to go in with a big lead.
And the op starting to have a lot of value in early fights. You look at the mid push 2 rounds ago, LaRock then taking it to the A side. It's becoming harder to read for Dynasty, whereas before it was, oh, the op is in B main. Watch out for that early, use the utility to go there. And if we pressure A, he's rotating pretty quickly.
I have the spike.
Although he was left as anchor a couple of times when they did get that deep main control, but with the camera that's in play here for Tag, that's just been denying that sort of wider angle being held. And indeed, you can see again, TP from Lovers Rock moves towards A, feeling that pressure. But Dynasty have had very good reads on when they're dragging those rotates out of the defense.
I've liked it so far. There's clearly a read out from Kreven with the way that he's placed his utility, that he can't get too close because that null command is online. Wants to make sure that those trips on either side of the map will stay online. And now pressure, at least was for a moment, but instead, Ticey, he just TP'd him behind! Wasn't hurt by Rose, and that's enough to get an opener. He's now going to go hightailing it to the other side, but doesn't realize there's a second player there. Clearly thought there'd been much more of a rotation on the other side. Now in towards the site they go. That null command available, but bear in mind there is still going to be a trip.
Yeah, the reposition from Kreven to the other side of the map is keeping that online, but Who's going to follow up on it? The answer is no one as it gets broken. A couple of spams, but Sebes will get. Famzy really wants this fight up close, but they'll settle on nading and falling back now that the plant is secured. And it's nice and open. Cosmic Divide comes into play, though. That's going to force players forward. Oh, the TP! He's got space behind the wall! A beautiful play! And he draws their eye. Larocque and Loida take advantage. Kreven with another. Leaves Waddle all alone. A 1v2 and a damn good try. It's 1v3 to start it off. Larocque is standing in the end, putting BBL Pacific into a guaranteed lead at the halftime. The question that remains is, by how much?
I always love just like tiny details like that, just leaving a small gap in between the wall that just allowed for that TP to come through. It completely disrupted everything else that was being attempted by the defense. I think they even realized, like, okay, we've got to try and get back into position together with Tag going to join the rest of the team. Because your expectation is, okay, we now can't play deep in our post plants, so we have to play together. And they exploited that with just a tiny little gap. 7-4. Defensive half guaranteed, and with a double dive, you kind of have the expectation of the attack being better. I feel like Dynasty could really use this round.
It's definitely one of those interesting things where obviously when you come to the attack side, you can attack with a lot more proficiency, and especially on this map, but we've also seen a lot of really solid defensive plays because this double duelist allows you to set up in much more aggressive positions, having fallbacks, having options. This is going to be a big mid fight for BBL Pacific, looking to hammer home that 8-4 lead. And when they see nothing in mid, they send Kreven to walk up. He's going to be here early. He might even catch Tag rotating back. The side push all comes down to Larocque, and he's blinded up. No chance for damage.
Great combination of utility and disruption. Kreven, the only one to find a kill, and Loiter would need a quick double. That's not a bad start. A bit of a mistake. One player goes forward, the other goes back. At least spinning things out and swinging in. They've just all gone swinging. They tried to take down Loiter, and he's like a human turret just waiting on the other side. That was a 2v4 that Dynasty just gave them the fight.
And I mean, look, the first one, a little isolated, but they double swung after. I need to see this from his perspective. How he got away with this. Loida, that one was gifted. I'll give you that. This, though, the double swing. What a spray, man. He's unreal. You can see it on Rose's face. He thought that round was gone. It won't be 7. Instead, it's 8 on the board for BBL Pacific, but we've got a special guest in the building. Yinsu is standing by with Sop.
I am joined by Sob here, of course, just won yesterday as the camera pan over. Apparently standing in front of Pal as well. Colin from Fnatic. We have a lot of VIP here in the guests, but this guy is the superstar. First of all, you're here to support BBL Pacific, right?
Yeah, they're my boys, yes.
Is there a reason why? Is it just because they're Turkish, or they're your friends?
No, I mean, they're my friends also, and they're Turkish also.
You want to see them win?
Yeah, that's why I support.
So what happened on map 1? Why didn't they win after such a crazy lead?
I mean, they sold some crazy rounds. That's why probably they lost. You know, they had the advantage like some rounds, and they just peaked for some reason, and they lost.
You think it was over peak, maybe?
I don't know. I don't really know.
Okay. Coming into this map, though, I wasn't super familiar with Larocque's Jet.
Yeah.
Have you seen him play Jet before? What's he like?
Yeah, I mean, he's good with every agent. He has the pure talent. He's Turkish. He can play anything.
You believe in the Jet pick?
Yeah, he can do anything.
And before I let you go, a lot of people thought maybe Dynasty, they should have beaten you when you played against them. What do you think about that? And also, what are they like since you have experience?
They're fine, you know. If they were good, they could beat us, but they're fine. That's it.
You think BBL Pacific can do this?
Yeah, BBL Pacific can win. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's very hard to doubt you, Sob. You've been right about almost everything so far in this tournament. So thank you so much for joining me, and let's send it back and see if he is going to be right this time.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to find out how the story ends on Abyss. BO5, so plenty more to come after this. But for now, it looks like we might have a fourth map locked in. A good performance from BBL Pacific, although thinking back to Lotus, maybe it's best not to count Dynasty out until all the rounds are on the board.
Yeah, it was an 8-4 half going into the attack. I'm seeing a lot of similarities, let's just put it that way. And as I said, last time out versus Job Life, it was a very stellar defensive half that came out of Dynasty, but I do think Pistol here, again, is going to be important. Now, with the double initiator, you are going to have a different sense. They can get a lot of information in these rounds. The knife already being sent out. I believe, yeah, will have denied the drone as well. So all of these close angles that you'd normally get to clear with that piece of utility have not been.
Round 13. This aggression from Famzy, I find it hard to believe will be calculated by BBL Pacific on the way back. It depends when they get here. He is now in the open. He's given up that tight little corner. This is very risky. He doesn't know just how close the whole squad is, and it will be Rose to find him in no man's land. The free being gifted. That position might have given them the round, but the patience wasn't there, the belief.
Faking it.
Some people say is everything. Well, it faded, and now the advantage for BBL Pacific. But hold on, there's a flash ready. Dynasty are here, they're ready to fight. They push them back, but
it's a full fake.
Spike?
It's a full fake. That was wonderful. They even dashed into the wall. I love that from Laroc. It's like, okay, we've thrown in some utility. There's a dash. He must be backside. Nope. They're already planted on B, and it's going to waste so much time. Dynasty have to go sprinting to the other side of the map, get themselves in. They have no idea what angles are clear. Look at them. They're checking absolutely everything. Then the flash comes through. That's already one for Lovers Rock. His goal was just to delay. And with that time already ticking, they need to get a move on Waddle. He's managed to do well, at least on a slither of health, but there is no chance of them coming back. That is a masterful round. The catch on Famzy felt like it was everything, but to throw in a fake on the fly, that's brilliant.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. You could see that, they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Why wouldn't you? It looks like the obvious choice.
The dash into the box. It's just clever.
Yeah, the knife, the flash, everything thrown out. And then obviously you're burning up a lot of that early retake utility from your opponents, which is already not going to be a ton of in the pistol round. There's a reason that Rose has been able to stick it out, leading a lot of these young Turkish talents for so long. Respected within the scene for many, many years, and well, you see why here. Beautiful calling. Dynasty not going to go for the same force buy. Of course, when you buy up Stingers on the attack side, sure, you can move as a unit. Going to be much harder to defend a big old map like this as 5, so...
Well, you can move as a unit, but then you just have to die to the spike or save. It's a bad choice. And while both attack side duelists picking up a sniper, expecting some aggression come across the map. Now the stack is in the right place. 4 players holding deep control. But again, it's just a ruse. A little bit easier to predict, you'd think. That's not a great start for Lovers Rock. He was meant to be the man to sort of take the space. The only thing is, that now makes them believe that was a fake, because you've seen one guy try to walk into a B site and then nobody else follow it up. So it's unfortunate that him getting the kill probably would have got them in the right place. Instead, Tag now has to fight versus the entirety of the squad. And I thought he was going to escape for a second. It was the wallbang to take him down. But now, yeah, unfortunately, well, full classics, I don't even know if you bother trying.
I mean, they've managed to recover the Marshal. That's something, and Orbs on Famzy is going to be just fine. I mean, the rest of the squad could dive off, but why not? Look for damage here. Make it costly. This is getting a bit spooky now. Rose and Loida both tagged down very low. The Classic still has a bit of a battle against them, but this Marshal could make it an instant death. Loida now just 1 hit. Nicey has a chance to make this costly, but he won't find it in the end. 3 players alive for BBL Pacific. Double digits on the board.
Yeah, and unfortunately it was such a sort of low investment. A couple of pistols in the mix that you look at this and you go, hey, they got a couple of kills. They made it look at least a little bit competitive. It doesn't matter. You're likely going to see a rifle or two purchased up to try and pad the gap. And for Lover's Rock, even just a couple of kills, or Rose in fact. And you could find them with some pretty high impact ults going into the next round, let alone see what they can do in this one. And I'll be honest, Mitch, with all 5 players gathering up outside of B, I have a feeling they might be going B.
That's great deduction skills at work there, Tom.
I must wait a moment.
I don't know if Dynasty will have all that info, but they've got some to work with, and already you can see the rotations underway. Shots through the leg of Larocque, but he'll eventually go down to 1. As Loida gets caught by the paranoia, revealed and sent back. Could be a fight alongside Rose that they somehow almost come ahead in and then end up there with Waddle down. Ticey tries his best to pull this back in their favor. That's not the TP he was looking for, but that one might be. On site, 45 HP. Loida stuck down on 5. He's going to try to use his smoke. Give him a bit of safe haven to play from, but Ticey's already on his tail. It's all down to Kreven. One shot, though, to either of these players, and a headshot will do it! Closing the distance now. He's looking for it in the smoke. The cam confirms player not defusing. Ring-a-ring-a-rosy commences, and time seems to be on his side. He's up on the top rope and landing shot after shot for the clutch.
Again, you just have to talk about these youngsters and their individual intelligence. Was waiting on the corner with a sniper, knew the only risk was really the player just defusing from an angle he couldn't quite clear, but not wanting to gamble everything on a firefight in a smoke, just uses his camera and even expects where his opponent would swing from. Perfect play from Kreven. And now after what is 8 rounds in a row, we were sat at a 4-4 scoreline, and oh, you wouldn't quite believe it if you've joined us just now.
Turns out BBL Pacific, not bad on Abyss.
Hey, their first choice. You had to have expectations, but they're looking very good.
For a debut, pretty much this year, and certainly with the full 5, you know, really not bad at all. An impressive performance. Now it feels like they're on the home stretch. Their opposition, all on light shields. Lover's Rock on an outlaw. It's a terrifying setup to this round. Of course, he has the gate crash to just get on out of there as his, you know, information is going to slowly fade away. They've given up mid-control. They pressure B, trying to cause rotates, trying to get Lover's Rock a pick, and it's Larocque who ends up finding one. Then Lover's Rock finding the rotation of Creamy has completely split the forces of Dynasty, and this defensive side, they don't know where the front lines are drawn. They don't know where they can fight from, and nothing highlights that more than the wrap up from Kreven. Ticey and Tag, though,
okay.
They brought this to a 2v3.
Ticey in the right place at the right time as well. He is being pushed from the backline, though. That's the bigger problem. They've revealed him, and Larocque has landed the shot. It's now left on to Tag, who has no idea. There's still a man waiting and watching. And although for a second it seemed like there was some hope in the round, BBL Pacific started off with such a bang that this is now completely dissipated. 4 in a row, and well, it's safe to say this is a less of a proactive pause coming up and more of an emergency one.
Yeah, you got 1 left and 1 round that you can lose left. Why not? Fire it in here. 8 rounds in a row. I mean, we've seen BBL Pacific do it. We've seen them do one better. But for Dynasty right now, yeah, it feels like they need to recapture that performance from Lotus. They were 7-1 down, didn't count themselves out, and we saw it. Once they started to put rounds on the board, it was a completely different display from a squad who, it felt like, couldn't even win an aim duel against BBL Pacific in the first 8 rounds of this series. So, you know, don't count them out, but Abyss does seem like the chapter's about to close.
I'd say probably count them out of this one. I think it's going to be, like, just the way that we've seen the switch come on. Like, the push and pull of the map on this attack side, even though it's only been a few rounds, have been fantastic from the pistol round onwards. I think Larocque has just been firing. Loiter looking back, as I said, the #1 rated player in the tournament. Looking like he doesn't want to let that one go. Even still, though, I think just getting some of that momentum back.
Yes, this should do. This goes here. This is
turning it around from here, I will forever be the pessimist.
We'll see. Dynasty has already proven many people wrong so far here at Ascension. I think for most, the expectations were incredibly low. Oh, nice early fight by Ticey. I wasn't sure he was getting out of there, but he's found himself right back into their spawn.
An early opener. Lovers Rock in the last round was left as a lurker. It seems like the aggression of this round is not done just yet, but or maybe the round itself suffers. Famzy has been having a tough time in this map, and it's not got any better. They'll reveal one player, but the opponents will reveal a lot of them, and they know that Waddle's completely isolated. They're looking to try and put the pressure on Kreven again. Positioning perfect. The fight awkward, but Creamy wins it. Runs out of bullets on the turnaround. And now Tag to try and keep them in the map, but he is being wrapped on again. Again, another round from Kreven that's all about positioning, and his positioning is perfect.
Yeah, really pulling the strings of Desire to close out that one, and it's got to feel good to bounce back. They were 7-1 in the lead on Lotus, lost the map, but they came back for vengeance, and it is theirs. 1-1, 13-4. BBL Pacific will be back for more after the break.
It's Ninja that goes lower and lower.
Tout seul là-dessus, Ace, oui, c'est... Man himself is being shot.
a response from BBL Pacific. Welcome back. I'm Youngsu. I've got Billy here with me and a very special guest, a world champion, EMEA champion, probably the best thing that Casey has ever given us. Glance, welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Happy to be here. Excited a bit.
I didn't realize the whole team was here. So shout out to the girls as well for watching.
Yeah, they're watching right now. They're very happy. I mean, we've been boot camping from Berlin for some time. It's been like 4 weeks almost. So we've been very excited to play the tournament. And now since it's over, we can watch some like tier 2 teams, which is really good because we played against them a lot actually in practice. So
both of them, both BBL Pacific and
played. Actually, we played mandatory the most, and then BBL Pacific, and I can really tell it's a tough team to play against. They're really good, and I would not be surprised for any second if they qualify to EMEA because I think they deserve. They play a really good Valorant, very aggressive Valorant, and that's what I think the tier 1 needed actually, have an aggressive team like that.
It's funny you're saying that because that's something that like we've been hearing a lot, right? And I think even from our perspective is we want something like fun and enjoyable and more fast-paced because we're so used to this slow pace in EMEA. So yeah, I have to agree. I think having someone like BBL Pacific would be fun.
Yeah, more Turkish teams the better, really. But it's not just the pace, it's not just the pew-pew. We saw it on the pistol round, Billy. Some of the ideas that they brought out on Abyss. I know you weren't confident in their Abyss, but I mean, I think this pistol round summed up why they chose this map.
Yeah, I think so. And I think you've pretty much summed it up very nicely in the sense that like we speak so much about their raw mechanics and their ability to aim, but the macro behind this round in particular really kind of caught me off guard from a team like BBL Pacific because we are so used to seeing them play so aggressive. To see them come out with a little fake on the pistol round was really, really nice. And I think what they did so well on their attack as well was recognizing when to play around that KO knife and realizing that that was a strength that Dynasty were going to use for themselves.
Yeah, and Glance, you of all people know that losing map 1 doesn't mean anything.
No.
Like it literally, actually for you losing map 2 doesn't mean anything either. You know, you could always come back into the game.
I mean,
yeah,
best of 5 for sure. I think it doesn't matter how like slow you start if you manage to come back, and I think that's the strong part of for BBL Pacific. Like they started Abyss really strong, and even though they lose an Antico, unfortunately, but even after that they managed to come back. So I don't think it's a matter about like the first 2 maps, especially when it's best of 5. You can play so long and you can just be confident it can go to map 5 and then it's gonna be fine.
Does it make a big difference, you know, because we talk about like nerves, maybe you never played on this stage before or you have to warm up. Is that like a real thing you have to deal with?
Yeah, I think everyone taking first map slow. Like if you manage to play really good since first map, like the first 2 rounds, and you're shooting good, well, you're insane. Because usually everyone is waking up a bit on the long matches, and on the stage you're a bit shaking, you're a bit like not on your plate, and it's normal to have like a bit of a slow start. That I think why Dynasty managed to win the first map. Somehow they pull out like crazy 4v2 rounds, and it's a good thing.
They capitalized.
Yeah, somehow.
Capitalized on that. But Creven though, Billy, because I think when it comes to the players on BBL Pacific and how much flowers they get, I think he kind of goes under the radar a little bit. But this clutch from him here was outrageous.
It's kind of crazy that he goes under the radar because he's probably one of the more consistent players, and yeah, he's maybe not as flashy as sort of the rest of them, but I think in terms of consistency he's up there with one of the best. And not only that, he was a recent addition to this BBL Pacific roster coming into this year, right? He wasn't on the stage last year. This is his first time playing on that stage, so I think to be able to handle himself the way he is, especially in these clutch situations, has been so impressive.
Yeah, we are going to move on to Sunset right after this, and this is where I get a little bit nervous. I know this is Dynasty's pick, but we will have the Neon versus Neon head-to-head, and for me, when Famzy's Neon is good, it's so good, you know, it is a joy to watch, but Larocque's Neon is never bad. So I just think there's a bit of a coin flip Neon on one side, and those first engagements in the past from Famzy's Neon, Glance really worries me. And how much do you think it really weighs on the Jewelers players on this map? How much does that first engagement actually matter?
To be honest, if we talk about Neon, I mean, obviously, I think it's the best duelist on this map, so from both sides, but it's also so much about utility, because you cannot just like send Neon and like pray to God, yeah, he's gonna kill everyone. No, like it's gonna be a lot about good utility management and good trades as well, because yes, we can send Larocque, but if there's gonna be like I don't know, a stack on a side, I don't think he will be managed to kill all of them. So maybe we will see about utility manage. I mean, from BBL Pacific, I think it's good, because they managed to, with less utility as possible, just with one flash, kill a lot of people, and they like to take a lot of contacts. So I really want to see how Dynasty can like push back a bit and adapt to it.
Do you think BBL Pacific are limited in a way then? Because they're running that double duelist, and we know that you obviously have the Neon Breach whenever you're playing on this map. So do you have a preference between the two?
Yeah, to be honest, I love the duo with like, I don't know, Violet Kaio. I like duo with Breach and Neon, but if you're confident enough to play double duelist, and I think BBL Pacific are confident like that, they just know they're gonna drop 30 kills if needed, then I think you can go for it. But yeah, I mean, I just like this Breach combo.
I do think it's almost comical that the best Breach player in Tier 2 plays Neon here. It's just so funny. But I don't think we can underestimate Lovers Rock. I do think he's really proved himself already. But on the other side, Creamy Dreamy bringing out a Deadlock.
I love a Deadlock. I've been advocating for Deadlock all year, and I think Creamy, as amazing as he's looked on that KO, I think that he's definitely going to be a key pillar as part of this composition, especially when we're talking about being able to set up that duelist. We look towards the Gravity Net and how quickly that comes back online again. You're thinking that a player's potentially going to die every 40 seconds across the map. So yeah, I think he just needs to be able to keep up with the pace that Famsy's trying to dictate.
And Glance, for you, any predictions? Who do you think is going to win this series?
I will go for BBL Pacific just because I know how good they are, but also I think that Deadlock can be a really, really good stopping power for Dynasty. So I really hope for a close matchup, but I will still say for BBL Pacific.
I think that's what most people say, right? They seem to be the favorite coming into this, but I remember last year, fool me once, shame on me, honestly, but fool me twice. They were one map away from taking the entire final, and they didn't manage to do it.
Oh my god, it can always slip away. That's why like it's super important to keep like the focus on the best of 5 like completely till the end, so they should fight. And I don't want to see BBL Pacific be overconfident as well, because on Lotus...
you're gonna see them.
Yeah, that's the problem. On Lotus, that's exactly what happened. Like, they were like pushing too much, but let's see now if they can close out it properly. It would be nice.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think as well, a highlighting factor of that last map was Lovers Rock using the sniper. I'm intrigued to see how he's going to interact with the Viper as well on the opposite side, and how much that's going to limit him from getting away with the sniper kills that he was getting on the previous map.
Well, it's 1-1, so it's time to jump into map 3 and throw this back to Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. It's time to find out how map number 3 is going to go. We're guaranteed to go all the way to Corrode, but now it's time for Sunset, Tom. After a 13-4, we've already seen Dynasty bounce back within a map, but how are you feeling about Sunset?
I feel like we're getting more and more into the sort of middle grounds of this series. I think Sunset has been statistically a pretty good map for both of them as of recent. A close victory versus Twisted Minds for one side, and a close victory versus Ulf for the other. So I definitely think that both teams have the potential, but very different ideas of sort of how to play the map. One looking at that sort of disarray and delay. The other, of course, is that sort of pacey hit. And while the early pace coming out from Pansy on the other side, but he's met with Lovers Rock, a combo aggression, but it's come out fairly even, other than the HP.
Yeah, the HP definitely looking worse for wear when it comes to Dynasty. They've made it through the smoke. Waddle and Tag clinging on for dear life. Now in 25 and 40 HP respectively. BBL Pacific have got a lot of control in terms of the avenues they're blocking. Spawn, short, and behind, all covered, but they're in individual fights. The individuals are going to have to win them, and it's a shaky start, but Lovers Rock gets there, leaving the two that are already so heavily tagged up. It's the last man standing defuse underway. They're forced into a fight, and Waddle surely going to be caught going for it. So close! But the defuse comes through just moments before the shots do.
Yeah, that was the sort of smart decision coming out from BBL Pacific, just the confidence in Larocque to hit the shot. And more importantly, just almost playing that game of chicken. I think there was probably a part of Waddle that thought, okay, he's probably going to stick this to half and then they'll fight me together. And instead, she just needed that first bullet to connect, but a little bit of a spin is enough for BBL Pacific to have themselves another pistol round. I believe that is now at least 3 in a row. They had a couple on the last map.
Camera taken out.
This investment from Dynasty, I'm a fan of it, and no doubt they are too, seeing how it worked out before. Even managing to pull these rotates by the looks of things, getting a bit of aggression out of Loida. Could get risky for BBL Pacific. Again, they don't know just what they're up against yet.
everybody has ball. So they're clearly aware of, after last time, okay, we can't risk going with a couple of pistols. Instead, they're going to take those Spectres in. With players and light shields, that's where the gun's actually fairly effective.
I think it even got a 140 tag there onto, well, tag, and they end up finishing him off very quickly, dealing with this. And I loved this from Loida. The fact that he finds this information in elbow. It looks for a moment like he's going to get aggressive A main. He falls back, plays passive from elbow, ends up spotting one, hearing the neon, and runs all the way back to Larocque saying, hey, buddy, that outlaw is going to need to be used. And it was used very efficiently indeed. And they flood in right after and really clean this up.
Well, he's someone to mention in general. I think the comparison I made last time that we saw him play the map was to someone like Ruxic, because there will be rounds where he just goes for that TP into mid, get across and take those fights. And this is the problem when you're up against a team like BBL Pacific and you're on the attack, is a lot of the time you're not on the attack. You have to defend for the first few seconds of the round because they're going to be pushing and pressuring. And I am a little bit nervous now that that force buy hasn't worked, that you're going to be at a pretty hefty deficit. And I said, well, that Loiter might be making the push. I'll admit I was wrong. It was Lover's Rock instead.
It's a very risky play against what you now know is going to be a low buy, but look at the trigger discipline. Closes the distance a little bit, finds Ticey. Lets them know there's someone behind. They're even going to burn a stun for that. And as they clear it out, Lover's Rock has a chance to do more damage. Ends up going down to 27 HP, but the key thing here is they're not getting pinched. There's no player hanging about in main, so while that rotation back from Creamy comes in, he is going to end up swinging right into this outlaw. The shot again doesn't land. Lover's Rock needs to cool off now. So easy to take him down and make this a costly round. Instead, he leaves it to the rest of the squad, and it is a cleanup from BBL Pacific with a flawless round.
Yeah, their credits are now going to be going through the roof as they will head into what is, I guess, technically another bonus round, because they managed to win versus the force buy. It's put them into a fantastic position, but this is also the worry. Like a lot of the time, you see that Cypher, as you do on the other side, and the value of it is that you can lurk one side of the map and you can have the trips protecting your team. You don't really have that. Over on the Dynasty side, you need to have proactive players watching for those flanks, especially when you have a team that are going to disrespect you, as BBL Pacific will.
You almost look across the map in rounds like this and wonder where is the aggression coming through from the defense. It's not a question of if it is, it's where and when. And when is usually right as soon as the barriers go up.
When is normally now.
Yeah, well, they have a little bit of info in A main with the jump peaks, but again, it's just information, A and mid, with a fight that they're hoping to find on this B site where the operator has rotated into. Gate crash going out as well for that faster rotate and wrap back to the A site. At this point, I think they want information. They've been denied it for the most part, with the exception of a bit of noise in mid. This is where the B main push comes through, and Creamy is going to have to be on his A game if Lover's Rock does round that corner, and in fact he does just for the TP.
45 seconds is gone. I guess this is the other side of the coin. When you have expectations that your opponents are going to push you, and they don't, that clock starts to get dangerously low. Drone utilized, and the second it is, questions are there whether or not they're going to rotate. A little bit further away, a little bit slow, in fact, in the reaction from the side of BBL Pacific, but there's still Larocque on site, and sometimes Larocque is all you need.
He's stuck in the corner. Finally, he'll need his maker, but the spike needs to make it to site, needs to be planted, and it has been dropped instead. 8 seconds, time ticking. And a few picks will mean nothing if this spike is denied. Good shot by Loida, and he can finish it here and now. A round for Larocque and Loida, two big players on BBL Pacific. And they've given their squad a big lead, 4-0, starting out Sunset.
Yeah, they are the two players that if you talk about who will definitely be in Tier 1 in some capacity next year, they are the ones that everybody mentions, and there's a very good reason for that. Be it whatever agent they play. Sue mentioned it. Larocque has a nasty breach as well, but it doesn't seem to matter what you put him on. He's always putting up the numbers. And the devastating thing is, I think Dynasty did well in that round to almost sell the idea that this could be a fake. We could be going back in the other direction. 3 players were on the other side of the map. They struggled to deal with LaRock, as many have before them. Potential change of pace, though. The slow round didn't work. Try a slightly quicker one. And actually, now they've got the orb. Annihilation online. Interesting they didn't go for Hunter's Fury. Clearly have an idea.
Oh, it's going to be fired in right away. Sent towards short, no doubt. Tag's already found one under LaRock. The weaker weapon's working out. They managed to seize one, and it will be an easy pickup on the Annihilation once he's set free. A 3 versus 5. His Stingers now holding those close angles, grouping up as well. This is looking like a terrifying return to form from Dynasty. And where's the way in for BBL Pacific? An ult for Lover's Rock will leave just 2 players behind. I mean, they need to find picks. And Dynasty are doing a great job of not offering anything up until these players are way too deep into the angle. Creamia's back up, even if he goes down, and now Lover's Rock, they're going to want to take this man out. They know he's got that op. He has made it back. The question, no longer about winning, not even about damage. Can he carry this op forward?
It seems like they're maybe a little bit hesitant as well. How many players can they really afford to lose? They've done it with a half buy, so it's a little bit more than you might expect, but for Lover's Rock, he's been able to hold on to the gun, and the rest are not going to push. It's the right decision. You don't want to give up any more of your weapons for a gun that ultimately BBL Pacific can afford to rebuy anyway. I love the call, though. As said, I think it's a bold choice to go for Annihilation, an ultimate that quite regularly misses instead of a Hunter's Fury. But the decision was like, okay, you're going to use that to disrupt. Like, the second you hear that ult activate, everybody moves, and that's the moment where Tag is waiting, pressured in, and then they know where the second player is as well. Just a smart little play that was based around that ultimate to begin with that gives them their first round.
Yeah, and also Waddle firing through the drone, right? They found all the info, executed off of it. Now they come through, Hunter's Fury off rip, denying that control of short. That's where they look to pressure. LaRock gets one, even on low HP, but a sneaky position from Tag has pulled this back into Dynasty's hands. They've got the advantage, and I don't think Rose can really afford to go walkabouts on mid. He tried to cut the rotate, but there were 3 players there, and Lloyd has not got on much better.
Wonderful round from Tag. The space into middle, the one threat towards the end that was having Loiter on the TP. Well, this time I wouldn't be as surprised if we see them try to hunt down this operator. Bear in mind, last round, it's the first victory you've got. And more importantly, it was the first time that you could really build up some credits. Now though, 4 players alive and their economy on the brink, taking this operator away holds a lot more value, and you can already see they're going walkabouts.
And looking at these 2 rounds they've put on the board, it has been centered around using those big ultimates of Annihilation and Hunter's Fury to control the space BBL Pacific are occupying. And whilst that might not be easy to, repeat, hold on, nice shot.
Say that. It will be easy to repeat one of them because Creamy's already got his ult back.
You've got that. Also, the economy now starting to run down low for BBL Pacific. And at this point, defensively, 2 rounds in a row lost, Annihilation back online on the other side. You do start to feel like we're going to see something different. Even if it's not coming out of a pause, I want to see BBL Pacific go back to that early aggression that's found them so much success. But again, difficult to do when you don't know where that Annihilation is coming through. So far, it's been A main, it's been pressure onto short. Maybe they look to adjust there, but look at where the numbers are for Dynasty right now. It seems like their sights are set on B.
Early battle for a bit of mid control. Maybe trying to deny some of that aggression, and Lover's Rock isn't going to be able to spot too much out. Bear in mind as well that Tag's been so vital on lurks that Viper's Pit may not necessarily come into play. Instead, though, Annihilation will be that first point of contact.
He got caught. Lover's Rock tried to use Gate Crash. He tried to get out of there, and instead he's being annihilated. That's a terrible start, and just as poor a finish again, you know, 3 rounds based off using those ultimates for early entries. And no notes.
Yeah.
How could there be? A flawless round for Dynasty, 4-3 now.
And as said, I feel like I've watched a lot of people in VCT EMEA actually die more often to their own annihilation than people actually find kills with it. So fair play to Creamy for just knowing exactly where he needs to put that in, but also he's always activating it a long time before he plans to use it. And I think that's such a small detail, but something that makes such a difference. Because the amount of people I see that activate and get shot in the face because they've already run onto the site. The other thing as well is they're only using a singular ult each time to win a round. So it's not like they're losing all of them at once like they had to on Lotus, for example. 3 in a row now. A more direct fight, which is normally where you'd favor BBL Pacific, but weaponry a little bit low in the start. Not quite going the way they'd hope.
This Viper wall towards B main is so interesting. It's cutting off so much space for the defensive side, allowing contest deep into the corner. They can constantly deny any sort of control from BBL Pacific, any push-up in main around that orb, because once the wall goes down, you can have players on so many different angles towards the stairs. Now, when those players go swinging into main, I mean, that's just a dream, a gifted pick. One going back is now heard by LaRock right about now. They know the play is coming to A. That's the spike. This could be disastrous. The ult coming in from Lover's Rock, he'll be here pretty quickly, but if they catch the spike, they're letting him go by. They're letting him walk right into sight. That could have been the round done and dusted. Instead, they're going to have to play post-plant, retake into a pit.
I think the expectation was maybe there'll be more than one. Maybe there'll be somebody else. A bit of an attempted trigger discipline, but the fact is the Spike was the last guy. Rose doesn't have anything to play with. 2 easy picks. In fact, LaRock going down in the mix, and now Kreven. He's already tagged a little bit low, and the Viper's pit is left him a tiny gap, but Watto is well aware of where that gap could be. Loiter from above has done fantastically well, but anything more, well, it isn't to be had. And I love as Rock's been in a position so many times where it just feels like he has to try and save this. An opportunity was found in this round, but an opportunity that didn't deal any real damage.
Well, the weapon will be saved. He's done well to do that most of the time, but for Dynasty, the climb back, the resurgence, they only found, they were at 4-4 on the previous map, and they lost every round after that. A dominant display from BBL Pacific, and then they start out with what seemed to be the same, a 4-0 start. It looked like they were going to keep chaining rounds together like Dynasty were down and out. And yet again, we've seen them dig deep. The mental of this team perhaps needs to be studied, especially for, as we've said, you know, a couple of these players, they've been here before. They've been here a couple times, every time, in fact. But for Dynasty, I think we still look at them as one of those teams that, from that experience front, you expect them to be a little bit weaker than what's on the other side. Yes, it's youngsters on BBL Pacific, led by Rose, though, and with LaRock, Loida, and we've seen Lover's Rock around. I have less doubts about them, but Dynasty being able to keep themselves in it mentally is so admirable.
You have to bear in mind as well that this squad was sort of dismantled midway through the year. Like Koi picking up their coach, completely changing the dynamic, taking a player or two as well. It was a rebuild that seemed to just mesh wonderfully from the get-go, making it all the way to the final of Stage 3 EMEA challenges, that is. But now, the match that matters most for both teams, and obviously coming into today, I think most people will have had BBL Pacific as the victor, a finalist last year, dominant across the year as well, other than, of course, in Challengers 3. The fact is, they've already tasted one map in defeat, which was more than many would have expected, and now they're being pressured once again.
Although sprays not quite landing, Lover's Rock doesn't have quite as many shots to fire back. Be careful about the re-aggression. Go into the angle. He knew there was an op there just moments ago. In B main's been taking a lot of risks, and with Waddle down to 30, it's a good start for the defense.
That guy walked into the bullets and clearly had an angle he wanted to use the drone from, but this has not been a continuation of the rounds we've just seen. An early pick, early damage. The only ult in play, one that a lot of the time you're going to see utilized when you don't have a rifle in hand. And while it's safe to say that their opponents know exactly where they are, the only person they don't know about is Tag. He's the one real piece of danger, but his teammates might not be standing by the time he actually goes to push. And, well, they now know exactly where he is.
Yeah, they waited as well. I think this was really smart usage of the camera from Kreven. He let them out onto site, heard two players step in there, waited a moment, and then popped his camera, seeing that there was only one player in main. And once they put those pieces together, you could see that even as the fight was going on site, Rose had turned to watch for that flank up through middle. He suspected Tag to be pretty much where he was.
10 seconds left.
So no element of surprise there. I think a lot of that credit should be given to Kreven for how patient he was, because he heard steps in main and didn't get over curious, didn't give away the fact that he had a cam there until the recon was going through.
I wonder if that was something that was pointed out by Key, because it's something to note on the last map as well. Like that back and forth in the early rounds, a lot of what it came down to was Tag finding space and being able to have a little bit of a backstab in multiple rounds. This map has started off very similar. Pause has been taken, and as you said, it seems like they're well aware of where he's going to be. It definitely does help when Larocque is earning style points sliding around the map. Seems like we might have is it a different type of pause? I feel like our production is blaming Rose because we've just full screened him playing around with his monitor.
It did look like he was at some cables. I think he was just looking for his hand warmer. But yeah, in a way, a small delay in the action. But for BBL Pacific, that's a bounce back after 4 rounds in a row, lost out to Dynasty. There is a little bit of a player issue causing the pause. For BBL Pacific, you know, they're bouncing back, but they've allowed Dynasty to win 4 in a row. They've allowed a lot of economy to be built up by that attacking side as well. There's not going to be an eco coming out of the attackers for a little while now. And combined with the fact that Hunter's Fury's back online, and that's where we've seen so much success for Dynasty, I think when we come out of this pause, we're looking at a much more direct approach. And I think, you know, you mentioned it on Abyss, that when it came to the push and pull for Dynasty, it didn't seem like they were finding as much value as these direct hits. And I think, there were rounds where it looked like they had the upper hand in terms of those mid-round calls. But when it comes to this map, it's night and day, really. When they've been playing direct, when they've been hitting, at barrier up almost. BBL Pacific's slow takes of middle, slow deep aggressions towards B main haven't really found them that value. Whereas when we've seen them go slow, I think a couple times, 2 times, so literally a couple times, in B main, we've seen Creamy just overextend that little bit, get caught out by, I think both were Lovers Rock, but a player on B side or in B main, and sort of going as a group has that value. I'd be surprised if they don't, especially with Hunter's Fury, just come out aggression off rip.
He's having a good time at least, definitely not feeling the pressure just yet. And as said, that was something Rose mentioned about Lovers Rock that is a different characteristic to what we've seen from Comeback, a very sort of like loud personality within the team that has definitely brought a different vibe, but still seemingly able to put up the numbers. 10 and 3 at the moment within the server has been fantastic throughout the entirety of the tournament thus far. Number 3 currently, or I guess before this match started, in the ACS tally. It was up there in the KD as well, which that's always interesting for me. I think he's number 1 in KD, 1.41, which when you're a duelist like him, that's surprising. Super aggressive in the way he plays. A lot of the time we'll find him posted up with the operator in the early stages of the round, but it is almost fair to say that he is a safe pair of hands. He'll go for that early shot, but if he hits or if he misses, he's always repositioning, he's always maneuvering around. Larocque is a slightly less safe pair of hands. Especially on the Neon, he doesn't want just one.
Well, it's time to get back into the game now. BBL Pacific, a 1-round lead, and they found it in the previous. Where Dynasty could bounce back, though. The Hunter's Fury deployed right off rip. They go aggressive towards the A side, caught by the trip. Kreven down to 18, will be chased down by the Hunter's Fury, but look at Lovers Rock. Look at where he is. This man has not got a gate crash, no fallback, no retreat. He has to take more than one, but only the single found. They extend for the op, and Lloyd is there waiting to greet them. The advantage for BBL Pacific, but how long can they hold on to it? Creamy is looking for this deep fight. He's got the spike, and the drone is hunting him down. Info to play with. The spam is good, and LaRock finds them from behind. 6 on the board for BBL Pacific. Neck and neck at the half, guaranteed, but still 2 to play for.
I feel like it may even sound like an insult at times, but I feel like Bros is excellent at causing distractions. Like the drone there was almost purely just to go, okay, you know Loiter's here, you know I'm trying to reveal for Loiter, and then in the meantime, LaRock's just swinging them in the back line. Like, it just makes things so difficult when you understandably tunnel vision in on the 2 players, you know their position, and then the third one is the one that, as I said, wide swings and takes down 2. A couple now. The 4-round streak of Dynasty has been broken and is guaranteed a level half. Look at Lovers Rock again. This time he does have an escape, and as said, safe pair of hands. 1 kill and he's gone.
The man that's caused all those problems. The late rounds now removed. 2 players spotted towards the B site, and you can see why BBL Pacific have rotated so heavily. 4 on site alongside site for Util, but with this TP coming through from the shadows, the spike will emerge on A. Loida, he was being chased down. Famsy's right behind him, but he's missed the stun. Ticey didn't miss the shot though. The advantage no longer in play for BBL Pacific, and a retake. It's forced upon them. There's no choice.
Yeah. They knew how important taking out Loiter was going to be. Couldn't leave that guy in the back lines and have managed to clear him. Paranoia is good. Also caught one with a grab net. Means they couldn't move, but Lovers Rock is just landing every shot. Creamy knows he needs to try and clear Rose from this angle, and he's done just that. Leaves it possible, but Lovers Rock has just found everyone in the meantime. Creven is there to close it out. But it's the duelist once again. I said his KD is ridiculous when it's only increasing.
Yeah, that is a sensational round from Lovers Rock. His first acceptable, but the rest, he shouldn't even have gotten out of there after his 2nd kill. Looked like he was top fragging in a death matches. Dynasty, the opportunity they had there to put this equal now fades away. They've got to compete for a 2-round deficit. And looking at Lovers Rock, 15 and 4. 4 assists in there as well. Not bad.
As I said, he's the guy most of the time taking those first battles, but he's not trying to stick around and be the hero and do the flashiest thing in the world. He's just trying to make sure that he gives his team an advantage and then keeps it. An intelligent duelist. But here we go again. The attempted set play. Early usage. But is Famzy the one to fall? Rose holding onto the cross and just information being handed over, but Ticey's done well, needs a little bit more. Creven instead has stepped up. But we end up back in a 2v2.
Creven could be on for the ace. He's already got 3. That snake bite dose forced him off the angle. Luckily, Loiter was there. His teammate calls, "I can't fight with you," and he's like, "No problem, I don't need backup." Takes them all down and puts 8 to 4 on the board. Again, we saw this. Dynasty managed to find it to 4-4, and then BBL Pacific run away with it. Let's hope it's a different story in half number 2 after the break. 8-4 in favor of BBL Pacific as we move to half number 2. Lovers Rock is 15-5. I think 5-0 in opening duels as well. And now they're on the attack side. If they can't shut him down and stop a resurgence from Larock, who, by the way, he's only 12-7. It's not like he's doing bad, but being a little bit outshone by your Yoru on the other side. This could be a quick conclusion to the map. For Dynasty, the pistol will help them right the wrongs of the first half. This is their map pick. We saw them bounce back on Lotus. It's time to do it again.
Wow. As you just saw from the lower third, this is a very fast-paced attack side team. You've seen the early dart sent out by Waddle. They want the information as soon as possible. And don't get me wrong, they have the information. Already, Ticey being challenged, but the spike in the meantime has gone back the other way. There's a very aggressive setup in towards B main, though. It seems like although that early contact was there, they are not too wary about that A site.
Oh, they've definitely read this. On Dynasty's side, having a wall up, having a player deep as well. Famzy falls back into this corner where they've got that same Viper wall that we saw him play on the attack side, the very same wall here on the defense, but they haven't gone pushing into it. BBL Pacific being patient, leaving Kreven to find space on market, but the spike will go back, yet still, they made noise on A, no one rotated. They made noise on B, no one rotated. There's still 2 players here.
In the corner for Waddle. Shot dart to try and do some trip damage, and already managing to just hold on to the line. Has Ticey, but Rose has done well. He only managed 1 kill in the first half, but he's already managed 2 in this one. His teammate and Lovers Rock low, so a lot of the heavy lifting will be down to him, and in fact, he doesn't even have anybody to support him right now. He is alone.
Has to survive and buy time. He's already gotten Lovers Rock into a position. Diffuse not underway as well, buying more time as the reveal goes up. One spotted, and Lovers Rock is quick to drop him. Rose with another, and they've done it! BBL Pacific take the pistol round here. It looked like a lifeline for Dynasty, but the lead extends. The win streak continues, and BBL Pacific, led by Rose in this clutch, have found themselves a 9-4 scoreline.
Well, that's always the thing. You feel like sometimes this guy will get some flack for not putting up the numbers. He was 1-8 in the first half, but 3 high-impact kills. Bear in mind, we've seen 2 8-4 halves already in the first 2 maps. The second pistol, when won by Dynasty, they were able to turn it around. The second pistol, when won by BBL Pacific, they were not.
Talked about that wall and how you can get into unusual angles with it, but it hasn't worked out very well. Got them the opening onto Rose, but if anything, it's as good as it can get for him. He got a pick, he died, and that's given him the orbs for a round 3 Hunter's Fury. Now,
yeah.
You know, we see that sometimes, these early ults online, but I'll say that Rose might be the 10th player you bet on having it.
Maybe Famzy in this map. He's been having a bit of a howler. 3-12. It can be difficult with that attack side Neon when it's not working, but they're going to need him on this defense if there is a response. And it's now scary because he can just play passive. The util setup, Hunter's Fury could be thrown in just as a attempt to try and pad the gap. Famzy back on the board though. An important first kill. Well, this is just 1 by 1. An opportunity to just clean things up for Ticey. A confidence building round to say the least. They will slaughter BBL Pacific, who, I'll dare say it, they tried to disrespect them there.
They did. They did. I mean, there comes a point you've just won 6 rounds in a row. You took the pistol. You took the pistol in extraordinary fashion. You start to feel like maybe we're just better. And Ticey steps up to remind you that's not the case. Famzy with a double as well, almost doubling his kills. It's exactly as you say. This is a confidence builder for Dynasty, and maybe the turning point if they can manage to find this. Economy relatively low for the attacking side. Big investment, but that Hunter's Fury feels like it's looming over this defensive side.
Yeah, now that the full rifles are in, they didn't want to commit it in the last round, which maybe a little bit surprised by, but when you have such a lead, you can take gambles in some of the decision making. Kaisi will at least have early rotations available to him, but with a lot of that deadlock utility already being broken apart, a lot of that delay is gone. And the fact is, BBL Pacific are happy to do that and then just fall back into more of a default round. They just want to make sure there aren't portions of the map just locked off to them.
The reality is it did cost a lot as well, though. You've got no Yoru flashed around this corner towards A and being burned up to clear all those angles behind the Viper wall. No decoy either. Oh, LaRock is in a bit of trouble. Oh, no, he's not! He is the trouble! The shot onto Creamy as Famzy falls. It's Dynasty crumbling across the map, and look at the spot that you've now got LaRock sat in.
Here.
Yeah, wrap up late. Find so much value. The problem is that there's no... Oh, he's TP'd, hasn't he? He thought he was TPing past a trip. There was no trip there. He sold himself down the river Styx, and LaRock, 2 HP, will finally be dealt with. I thought they were saving at this point.
Yeah, they've got
Tank's
to be.
going forward, though. I don't think it's worth risking the rifle for Dynasty.
If one of them
He's
saves,
not got credits.
it's not too bad. Like, they'll still have the credits to actually buy into the next, but unless he's going to try something very cheeky here, which I think might be, and it is being watched for. An attempt to try and defuse this under there. No,
Okay.
actually got rid of the Hunter's Fury. Still managing to get it fairly close. You think that Loiter has this one covered. It's a little bit of extra expense, an ultimate gone, and even an extra gun, especially considering they can buy it. It's not too bad.
No, that's really good from Tag. When I saw him going for it, I'm thinking it's a little much, you know? You're probably going to get a kill and get traded, but he waits long enough, uses the snake bite to make it almost impossible to swing deep. You know, because think about it from the perspective of Loida. You swing wide in a snake bite, he's not defusing, he's baiting you, he kills you. No one else is really close by enough, so they just put through the Hunter's Fury then and there. Try to commit it, maybe save an extra weapon out of the scenario, but getting rid of that, invaluable for Dynasty. The reality is, though, that's like doing your homework, but the test is coming up. As BBL Pacific push up to 11 rounds, the margin for error razor thin. Dynasty have called their first pause of Sunset pretty much at the final hour.
It seems like rapid fire commands coming out of Bromas. I feel like this might be more of an inspirational speech rather than a tactics talk. It's only been a couple of rounds gone by on this second half, but we've seen it before. The thing that was able to turn things back for Dynasty was the fire being lit beneath them. Maybe a little bit of that Italian flair thrown in. I'll have to see. They're going to be able to pull this one back. Bear in mind the last map, they didn't know what they were coming up against, and it was also their opponent's choice. But with this being their choice of Sunset, Corrode coming up next. Definitely feels like after map one, it's been a bit of a turn in the fates of these two teams.
Definitely has looked, even from that 4-4
He getting
scoreline.
both orbs. I think he is.
The same as over on Abyss, 4-4, and the game changes completely. BBL Pacific getting wind in their sails, and they are off to a flying start, but there could be much more to this map. Lover's Rock, as you said, both orbs acquired. Ult is there for the entry. When you've got Famzy gambling on this tight corner and elbow, if this ult is popped, the op is just going to be completely nullified.
Yeah, he's also been struggling as well.
Famzy's got a chance here. They didn't see him.
Yeah, he's been missed. Good opportunity. That's at least one, and now Lover's Rock is trying to almost delay. One's been caught by Kreven. Famzy does go down, but the trades are coming back and forth. Actually getting stunned up. Kreven didn't realize that there was still utility left on that site that he had to deal with.
30 seconds left.
It's just starting to look a little bit messy from BBL Pacific, and well, Loiter's about to try and walk through a smoke with multiple people there. I don't know if he's even seen either of them with that TP.
I don't think he has. Another smoke to be used from both sides.
Ooh, it's
Taishi
close.
almost goes down. He's checking the right corner. Lloyd has found one, but Waddle not expected to be here. Lover's Rocks now got the info on both of them. It's the shorty firing through, but the pre-fire cost him that extra shot that he needed. A 6th on the board. You know, it looks like Dynasty are not going to let this slip just yet. And in fact, you know, even that round win is enough because they've gone back and forth for the last 3. It's enough to put BBL Pacific onto a very weak bye. This is a chance to really build up that momentum for the defense.
Definitely feeling a little bit messy. A few corners left unchecked and opportunities given all as well for Waddle going into this next one. He's starting to come back into the game a bit. But I do like the investment here from BBL Pacific. When you have players like Lovers Rock and Laroc, you send over those couple of guns and see what they can do with them, and I'm never going to doubt Loiter with a Sheriff either.
The trap and the drone dealt with early. They're baiting in that fight. It looks like Ticey close to going for the swing. He will go in for it, and he'll lose most of his health bar as a result. Not a bad start, especially when you've got these Sheriffs. You've got a classic on Kreven. I mean, anybody can take Ticey down now in a heads-up fight.
Just clever read, knowing that the second he took that first fight, there was going to be contact on the other side. The double duelist also roaming together, but everything they're doing is almost just to try and bait out fights, bait out aggression on the other side of the map. And well, I think Famzy has a decent idea where his opponents might be. 3 players all spamming, waiting, and he was on the other side. A nice triple for him, but it might be necessary. The 2 remaining players still managing to do damage, and he knows they're going to be coming for him.
It's a quick slide, but Famzy's quicker. 4, and he's denied the ace. Lovers Rock left with 15 seconds, though. You know, it might not be the ace accolade, but the round will do for Dynasty. This one may be a little bit closer than it should have been, but 11-7, the gap continues to close.
Yeah, those are the sort of rounds you want to see from Famzy as well. Sure, there were weaknesses, sure, there were pieces missing for the opponent, but one of the things that has been missing so far this game has been him. Like, he's been in positions, but just hasn't been able to land those shots. We've seen him cleared from close angles with these wide swings, and unlike when we're on the online stage, you can't put that down to Turkish ping. We are now in a spot where if he can come back into this game, you'll convince me it's possible. They're still 4 rounds behind. And well, even with those couple in a row, that's enough for BBL Pacific to put a pause to this. They're coming in with a buy. They're also coming in with a few ultimates, but other than maybe the overdrive, they're not ones that normally massively turn around, unlike the Hunter's Fury, and potentially the Annihilation for Creamy as well.
4-round gap. Really isn't that much, but BBL Pacific, could be enough. 2 more to connect, and they'll close this out. A timeout, their last timeout, coming to an end. This attacking side, plenty to work with in terms of the next round, although with an Omen and a Cypher ult, I think that economy, in terms of the ult economy, leaning a little bit more favorably to the defensive side, especially with how much impact they've been able to find off the back of a Hunter's Fury or an Annihilation that's just went away. That was more on the attack side, where they could group, they could hit these sites quite quickly. Won't be the same this time around. See how they try to find value. It seems like early on, Creamy is walking up. I assume this is just to take the initial contact and throw the wall through. Grabbing the orb for the Annihilation. That's huge value found.
Yeah, we've seen him be able to do quite a bit with that ultimate, especially on the attack side. So maybe with how good this team can be in retakes, that might become a piece of the puzzle. A much slower round, though, coming out from BBL Pacific. We've seen them put the pressure on early in a lot of these rounds and try and almost bait the rotations, but for now at least, maybe just waiting out some of that utility. They were caught last time spamming this wall and gave their positions away. In the meantime, Laroc is acting as a massive distraction, but they're still going to have to give it away with the wall, and because of that, Hunter's Fury immediately through.
Paranoia, although it's going to stop a big swing from Creamy, it's not going to allow Loiter to fly under the radar. That was heard and called by the players further back,
left.
and BBL Pacific, will they find themselves crashing against the shore? but nothing really to show from it. Dynasty still standing strong in the defense. A single position eroded, and from this point, where do you go? 12 seconds, time to save the weapons, carry them through to the next, and allow
left.
Dynasty to continue pumping coal into that fire. They are picking up steam, and after using both timeouts, BBL Pacific have got to start to worry pretty soon.
Yeah, this is
We know more than we did before.
definitely looking like a much more doable scenario than where we were at a few moments ago. Think about it, was what, 10-4 scoreline, and I'm almost looking out of it. I think as well, something for BBL Pacific, they now need to really focus on breaking that wall early. The fact is, they've lost 2 rounds in a row because we've seen contact plays come off the back of it from Dynasty. They're using that deadlock utility fantastically well. It seems like this time they've almost opted to try and get ahead of it, play aggressively in front of it, but it doesn't seem to have worked.
That's exactly what Glenn said on the desk, right? That you can see this deadlock on defense being so oppressive, has so much stopping power, and that's exactly what we've gotten to see without the Annihilation even being used in the previous, even though Creamy was put under pressure. Had the teammates to back him up. With a minute on the clock, they're searching for picks in mid, and it's Dynasty that end up finding them. Good trade from Lover's Rock, but they're still on a man disadvantage, his rifle being the only one that they have to work with. Good flash gives him a chance, but he caught himself with it. So Tycee's given a free kill, following up with the classic to make this look like an embarrassment for BBL Pacific. They had lots of weaknesses in this round, and I think it showed.
Yeah, but more importantly, every round that goes by, you can see that the players on the Dynasty side are getting more and more confident. Icy seems to be almost giving an inspirational speech after every single one. Or maybe an inspirational scream. But the fact is, that's 4 in a row. That's the most. We've seen them streak together. It was the same in the last, and then the deadlock was immediately broken by the side of BBL. But here we go. Tycee, immediate aggression. Is he going to get out of there alive? No spam through, and Lover's Rock has caught the aggression elsewhere.
I know exactly where you are.
Understandable, you see that aggro come in on mid, your player's forced back, you want to search for at least info elsewhere. Rose, I'm not sure what's going on there.
They knew he was there.
He goes deep into the B site, gets taken down by an op. There's nothing to show for it. The spike's still down outside A as the ult comes in from Lover's Rock in the spawn side of B. This is pure madness. And for Dynasty,
the spike is.
You'd be fools to assume that this is anything but a B play. Late lurk, I guess, from Kreven. He's miles away from the action. I thought the spike was going there, but it is coming back to the B site.
Yeah.
Lover's Rock,
saw the rifle.
he wants a pick. If they find it, they can settle into a post plant. It's a battle of attrition for these ops, each waiting for the other to make a mistake. Eventually, market will be conceded.
Well, with the smoke gone, can't take that risk anymore. Annihilation going through, and he hasn't been able to do anything to deny it. The Rock on the corner, knows that Loiter has his back, just waiting anybody to try and swing through the smoke, but they need to buy time. Kreven's flank could ruin the day, but just too quick on the other side. Already onto the defusal is Tag. Not going to be revealed, and the spam isn't going to be enough. It's just being diffused in front of them. Dynasty on the retake once again, doing work. They will have their 10th round, and this climb back is looking more and more doable as the seconds go by.
I mean, we brought it up, and I almost felt like it was a fool's errand. Like, you can't expect teams to bounce back this many times, but
from
they've done it again.
Well.
10-4 down, they had 6 rounds in a row lost. Remember, then you had this 10-4, 10-5, 11-5. It looked like, BBL Pacific right back to winning ways, and we'll close this map out soon. And yet, Dynasty, they've kept themselves in it mentally. That is not easy to do with the stakes that they're playing against here. And an opening pick in this round. It's weak weapons for BBL Pacific, but still they tried to use the numbers to punch through this A defense. And we talk a lot about the deadlock utility and how oppressive it is, the stopping power. Well, this was just a shot through the wall. They've yet to even make it near the util.
Yeah, still got that barrier mesh available. They want to try and isolate a portion of the map, but the cross is also being held. It's a little bit messy, but not so much for Creamy. He definitely had some blips when it came to that first half, but he is back and swinging. 11-11, 4 kills, and I remember in the last round he used that Annihilation. I believe he is 1 away from having it again.
Yeah, I feel like my memory's been erased. I've missed a couple of rounds. Yeah. This guy, that's the second time now that you think, oh, well, he used his ult not long ago, as in the last round. Should be online for a while. He's going to have it in the next. This is 11-11. Dynasty, they're mounting a comeback so consistently. They did this in map 1. And BBL Pacific, who no doubt felt like at 11-5, this was their game. Well, it was their game to lose, apparently.
He got
Great
caught.
net early on, left LaRock in the open, but he turns into a turret. Dishing out death and finding a double. Famsi comes through, but Kreven does the same. And with tag falling, BBL Pacific will deny victory in regulation. One chance for a 13-11 to win a map that seemed to be theirs. And yet it's up for contention.
It's one of those moments where you look at that and go, you thought that you caught LaRock in a trap, but it turns out that's exactly where he wanted to be. He had no plans of moving. He dove in and went, yeah, okay, I will sit here and I will hit the shot quicker than you can get me, even if you know where I am. And while a bump in the road, or potentially a complete derailment, LaRock goes hunting. Early ult thrown out, but he's going to get caught anyway. But he was just the bait. Look at the other players. They've gone wrapping round through the top of mid. Kreven might just be able to catch Creamy as he looks to back away. There's still a player on the cross in the form of Ticey. And in the meantime, the spike's going back. You can see for Tag, a little bit of panic here. He's got to try and fight towards the spawn and be wary of elsewhere.
He's surrounded, and what's worse is they know that Ticey was wrapping through the spawn. They heard those steps. Tag's dealt with, but Ticey, he gets the jump on them with a transfer of dreams. Ticey, maybe the beating heart of this defensive side. He has shown up damn near every time they've needed him in that play. It might have kept them in the map. In fact, it looks like it has. He's on the spike. Lover's Rock close by and finds himself 1, 2 more to deal with. The shorty reloaded. He finds the first, makes it out. A 1v1 and all picked up. His HP so low he might need to hit this shot. He's in the open, but buying so much time. Famsi needs to get on this spike. He needs to start the defuse, and the swing will be caught. Has he got time?
I don't think he does.
It's so close, I think it's gone. Oh, 0.09! And their dreams slipping through their grasp, through their fingertips. Dynasty, what a comeback! But they falter at the final hurdle.
That's so brutal. The LaRock sitting on the floor double, and then the clutch in the end from Lover's Rock. That was a miracle play for a man who ended 28-13. But they have been here before, 2-1 up in a grand final to take them to VCT. Is this time the time they take it home?
Tout seul là-dessus, Ace, oui, c'est... Man himself is being shot.
Autour de moi, les champs s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens, je rêve de partir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du monde. Brûle la nuit, brise mes chaînes, sous l'orage, je renais dans l'écho de mes veines. J'entrevois une lueur d'espoir. La douleur est devenue mes larmes. Ce feu qui brûle dans mes larmes. Dans mes veines, une promesse de construire un empire. Dans le ciel infini, là où tout est possible. Lueur d'espoir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du La douleur est devenue mes larmes. Ce feu qui brûle dans mes larmes. Dans mes veines, une promesse de construire un empire. Dans le ciel infini, là où tout est possible. Dans le silence, je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent. Autour de moi, les gens s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens, je rêve de partir.
Defuse and the swing will be caught.
Oh.
Has he got time?
I don't think
It's
he
so
does.
close, I think it's gone. Oh, 0.09! And their dreams slipping through their grasp, through their fingertips. Dynasty, what a comeback! But they falter at the
What a crazy way to send us to map 4. I am Youngsu. I got Hypok here with me. We're playing musical chairs today a little bit. Another special guest, Coach Lohan from Team Liquid. What brings you here?
I'm just watching the game. I was by brewing, you know. I felt like, okay, let's watch Ascension final.
That's the same
I know
answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much it.
Anything you want to add, Michael?
Who's top of the poach list?
I know, you can ask Kojo. He's here as well.
He's been called out. Colin Johnson has been called out. But it is really nice to have you here because, Coach Lohan, I really wanted to pick your brains about this veto. As you know, BBL Pacific, they chose to go Team B. A bit of a coin flip with, you know, having to gamble, your opponent picking maps 1 and 3. In this instance, it's paid off. But how do you read into this? Is there anything you felt like benefits them in this decision?
I mean, it's quite hard to pick Team B here. I always prioritize picking Team A in a best of 5. The only reason I could see is maybe they want to get Lotus out of the way because it's their worst map, or it's a more 50-50 map with the comp they run. So I think that's the only reason. The other reason as well could be is just in terms of like managing the energy. They might think like the opponents aren't as good at managing energy throughout the series, so maybe they want to play their maps into the later the series goes. So that could be one of the reasons, I guess.
You say paid off.
I mean,
by a pretty fine margin. Let's put it that way. I mean, this would be a very different discussion if we're talking about a different scoreline here overall. I just still, I'm not sold by it. It's just such risky business, man. Like,
yeah, but I think it plays into the team's ethos of just being so confident.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, the aura farm, right? That's essentially what this is. But again, to come into these last two maps, it's not as if Dynasty are just kind of bowing out.
Oh no, but by no means.
We've already seen two pretty crazy comebacks here. Obviously, this one closing out in favor of BBL Pacific, but again, I felt like Dynasty was set up to close out Sunset there.
And I really hope people really actually respect Lovers Rock as a player, because obviously big shoes to fill coming into BBL Pacific, and I think we saw it in that clutch.
He's running rings around Fancy there, yeah.
He's probably talking mad, mad smack as well after that. But Lohan, from your perspective, what do you think of Lovers Rock? You like him?
I like him, honestly. I think it's a very different player from Comeback, right? Comeback plays very slow pace, very methodic, duelist, quite similar to Aspas, right? He's more explosive, more taking the risk. Actually, he takes a lot of risk, even on NT, because you see him walking by himself, walking down mid, even here, it's so in Sunset. He just goes with it, and he's confident, and I mean, it shows the confidence is paying off, honestly.
Yeah, I think it certainly put him into the bracket of that feast or famine, and right now he's running away with that. And I think the issue being Dynasty, they slipped into a decision which I don't think really suited what we've seen them perform well doing this, well, throughout Ascension in general here, especially the last week, which is they started defaulting, playing really slow, and then it's like somebody gets picked on the extremity, their mid-round just kind of fell apart. They looked much better when, unfortunately, Famzy was triple negative, but they were stacked up and following up on that, at least. The issue being Famzy's not creating any pressure, and these deaths are seemingly completely valueless.
Yeah, the op really looked good on him, though. Once he had that op,
absolutely.
It looked fantastic. But the Neon, it just feels like two very different types of Neons we're seeing on the server as well. Whether we continue to see that, maybe a Waylay coming out too. I mean, Lohan, you're a Waylay expert. Yeah. How do you feel about, if we do head to Corrode? It just happens to be Corrode. I'm sorry, Lohan.
Yeah, it's all good.
Do you want to see the Waylay? Is this going to be something that suits Dynasty? Famzy, is that better for him?
Yeah, I really like Waylay on Corrode, honestly. I'm not really a fan of, I mean, as you guys know.
Are you a bigger fan, or is Nats a bigger fan?
He was loving Waylay as well.
Yeah.
But I will believe it's probably the best map for Waylay. It's Corrode. And I think if you're running double duelist, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think you get a bit more value than Neon, for example. And yeah, I hope to see one Waylay this map.
I'm itching to say something, because I think it's honestly, versus Enterprise, I think is probably Famzy's best showing on the duelist overall. And I think the highlight of that being on the Waylay on Corrode. Again, I think he went 5-1 in opening engagements there. We haven't seen him barely come close to that in terms of an overall map performance. We've seen very polarizing first and second halves, and with his ability to get the op on and find some kills and kind of level off in terms of his KD. I think versus Enterprise is actually where we saw him perform the most comfortable, which has been the issue for him in kind of chop and changing these picks within the duelist role.
And I'm actually surprised they haven't brought it out since, right? Because it was so good against Enterprise. You would think that they would want to go there a few more times, and it looks like we will get the Waylay. That is what we expected. On the other side, I genuinely thought maybe LaRock would just carry on playing a duelist and will just go through the double duelist all the way through, but it looks like he's moved over to the Omen. Yeah.
Again, playing Omen?
Yeah, still able to be pretty aggressive, but certainly a different set of responsibilities here for sure. Just to come back onto the Waylay episode briefly, I think this plays into where Dynasty can opt back into some of these set pieces and really invest bodies behind finding these clean engagements to open rounds. That's where they've looked great. I don't want to see them spread thin, taking individual fights, because that's currently what's really punishing them in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, if they do lock in the exact same agents, we see them hovering, it will be the same comp. They did lose on this comp against Mandatory. It was very close. Do we like this? I mean, we spoke a lot about loving the Waylay, but what about Lovers Rock moving to the Neon at this point?
I'm more leaning towards the Dynasty comp. I prefer it. I'm not really a fan of this Viper Vice comp. It's very one-dimensional, the way the comp plays. I think it's very strong on defense and attack. I think
I think actually Waylay's pretty good into that sort of comp, to be honest. You can dip your toes, you can get out very, very easily, so that could potentially be an issue for BBL Pacific.
Very quickly, Lohan, prediction.
I think we're going to a 5th map.
Yeah, who's winning that 5th map?
Oh, I think BBL Pacific is winning.
Okay. Well, let's see, Mitch and Tom, if Coach Lohan is indeed correct.
Well, Coach Lohan thinks we're going all the way to Ascent, Tom, but this is the map pick of BBL Pacific, so are you feeling confident?
I think you get this late into a map pool and you're at a spot where either team can win. We've only seen it the once when it came down to the side of Dynasty, but it was one that they managed to win 13-5. So I don't think they're going to come into this worrying too much about the map either. I think a lot of the sort of super dangerous ones went out of the pool early. They played the veto very, very well. The main thing that worries me now is after losing a map in such close contention. I think that the map 2, you got blitzed. It happens, it goes wrong. That one you came all the way back and lost by 0.09. Yeah, that might hurt you a bit.
Well, this is somewhere that we see early aggression come out from Dynasty, and that makes me feel a little bit more confident. I want to see them bringing the fight to BBL Pacific, as we so often did in previous maps where they found a lot of success. Although BBL Pacific, this is all a ruse. They made a lot of noise on A. They sent a lot of players there, and they're waiting, looking for a B main push, looking for a mid push, and they find nothing with Dynasty having rotated through mid earlier and heavily stacked up this A site. BBL Pacific now have potentially an easier time making it to B, but look at this late push from Link with 3 players here. Dynasty might be wrapping up right behind them.
Oh, there's the catch. The bait was trying to throw them the other way, but Nicey's done well, continuing his form from the previous map. This time Rose can't save them in the pistol, but maybe somebody else can. Kreven once more in that backline, and the cross not expected. Fancy goes walking into the crosshair. Lover's Rock had already made it through. Now it's his to tag.
30 seconds left.
Struggled a little bit on the last map, but he's in the perfect place at the perfect time. First one goes his way, but of course Lover's Rock is out of there. Knows, of course, that the other side of the map is free, and will get them into a post plant.
He can even get this planted just before Tag makes it around that corner, but Tag is hot on his heels, looking for the fight already. He spotted Lover's Rock, applause, the ring swing doesn't go his way! And Dynasty end up taking the cake in the end. It became a little closer than I thought. I think they made the perfect read, wrapping to A early, ready for the push. Then they go back through Link, catch those players in mid, using their own Viper wall to cover their back. But when it falls, they lose a lot of players. And it looked like the shoe was on the other foot now. But good work by Tag to find that pistol. And now, presumably, I mean, I don't know, for BBL Pacific, they've seen a couple of force buys on the other side. Maybe they'll want to bring that same flair to this round.
Looks like they've got a different flavor to it. We've seen this before from them. Lover's Rock with the sniper has been a menace. See, not on the Yoru as we've seen throughout the series so far, but any tags that he can find. Especially bear in mind that with that Viper util, it can make some of them one shot. I'll also say from the pistol, I think it's important for Tag to have those moments. All right. He's been missing a little bit in this series. Had some impact on the lurks, but then seemed to get figured out quite quickly.
Flash placed. Not
If
ready
he can
yet.
come back in for this map,
Retrieving flash.
when his
Toxin screen down.
home country org has its life on the line, that would be huge, and that's already a great start.
Yeah, good denial of what could have been a lot of space. BBL Pacific, a player on site in the smoke to link up with. The only real danger, that outlaw.
Oh, okay.
The only real danger is Lloyda's Classic, is what I meant to say. But in the end, they will deal with it. 2 players lost, it's not the end of the world.
Maybe a little bit more costly than they would have liked. But ultimately, they got those first couple across the board. Interestingly, because of the Outlaw purchase, Kreven will be left with just a pistol for this one, so there will be some pieces missing on the other side, but you can see how there really isn't too much to play with in this one. The Spectres Facing off against players with full shields, the expectation will be fairly low unless maybe you can get a tag here and there, or maybe they're on the Viper screen. Looking like, though, they're going to go for a full aggressive mid-push and try and catch him.
This is risky, but it's the round to take those risks when you've got those weaker weapons to work with. Kraven does well. Man left to a pistol still, manages to take a scalp, and Tycee spotted in the corner. Even a TP probably won't save him here. Nice work. The flash just a little shallow. It will allow the reposition, and with the Viper wall up, he might be able to get out of here. Nice attempt by Tag to take advantage of the chaos on mid. Unfortunately, with him falling, A side is under threat. They've crossed back. Tycee, who survived and has that Guardian to work with, is now on site. And if they see Creamy here, they might assume the other player's in Link as well. Chance for damage. BBL Pacific are sensing the danger.
They're assuming absolutely nothing, especially when you already have the other side of mid held. Well, that is not pretty. And you know, I don't blame him for going back to the Sheriff.
left.
It was instant kills moments before using the Spectre, and then a little bit labored. Tycee at least could try and make this one a little bit more costly, but just look at where Lover's Rock is actually sitting. That one's for free, but ultimately he was just waiting to try and catch him as he returns back around. It will be the 4 rifles kept from BBL Pacific, and a good start back in for their first round onto the board.
Consider Kraven's the guy with the pistol at the start of the round, him going down. I think he maybe recovered the Spectre.
Yeah.
Certainly not the end of the world. 2-1 for Dynasty. BBL Pacific winning the round they should, but this is where everything comes to a head, where both teams invest. Although BBL Pacific, as we can see, are the ones with a little bit of extra cash in the bank, a few extra credits floating around, allowing them to get a buy after this. Dynasty, this fight is pretty much to maintain the lead. Lose this and it should go to BBL Pacific.
It's worth noting as well that the victories we have seen on this map from BBL Pacific, a lot of it came down to their defensive half. Stellar when played within Turkey. On the other side of things, the one match that we saw, it was a flawless attack side. Well, I'm not sure how repeatable that will necessarily be. Bamsey, though, an aggressive position and the 1-2 punch.
Spike down B.
We've seen the Odin be an absolute menace on this map. Nice work from Kraven, though, peeking into the angle and still coming out alive.
This is an attempt to draw rotations, but it hasn't worked. Look at Tag, still holding the wall, and Loida doesn't land the shots. Now this round dead in the water. Larock and Kraven are going to cross mid where 2 players are waiting, and Creamy almost did it himself. A third on the board. And we have seen this defensive side, this team of Dynasty start slow and bounce back into maps, but looks like they have different ideas here on Kuro.
Yeah, they've lost every single first half, 8-4. That's where we're currently at. So the fact they're already up to 3 is a decent sign, but it doesn't mean anything until they get to 5. That's the number I'm looking for, but that said, Tag looking like he's back in the server after a poor few maps. Tycee still going strong as he has done. Definitely better signs. Still though, well, we're back to the same buy as round number 3. 4 rifles, a pistol for Kraven, which has never really seemed like much of a deficit. Putting the pressure onto Tycee early, but he's hidden behind the box.
He's not getting out of there. They've seen him. The TV has to be used. The players in main a little further behind, so they won't catch him on the cross. Tycee's going back for more. I mean, he's clearly feeling confident. BBL Pacific, and we've seen this a lot from them, they just use that aggression to get one player into position, one player embedded. This time it was Loida. He wins his fight, and now they look elsewhere. They cross in mid where Waddle is waiting. Odin in hand, and he's found himself 2. But Loida, well, he's done one better.
Yeah, he's taken the A site solo just from the same position, managing to duck in and out of the utility and find himself a multitude of picks. The cross also being watched. Famzy was hoping to maybe catch someone before they made it to the site, but that post plant, they won't be able to deny it. Lover's Rock is an inch away from death, but it's more. Oh, I was going to say that cross. There was a gap for a split second, but it was quickly closed off by Lover's Rock.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and look at the credits on Waddle. I don't think he wants to go for this already. 45 HP. Oh, well, he's just gotten free value out of the round. Just by walking away, he ends up getting the Viper's Pit, which, to be honest, makes sense. You know, it's a 3v1, so that looks a bit stupid, but then you look at the HP. 3 HP for Lover's Rock, 50 for Kraven. Shock darts are already gone, but you know, up against an Odin, there's always a chance, especially on this map, on this site too, that just a random bullet's going to take your buddy down and you'll be sat there wishing you put the pit into play. So a worthwhile investment just to secure the round, but a big piece of utility removed from BBL Pacific's wheelhouse sort of coming into these next couple rounds.
Yeah, I think as well, like, just saving the gun was important because of the credits that they have. It looks like maybe Ticey will be struggling a little bit, but the rest of the players should still be able to come in with a fairly solid buy. They're making sure they can continue to fight this back and forth, because that's been one of the major pieces of these early halves. Is a lot of the time we've seen this back and forth, and then eventually it feels like BBL Pacific have found their footing, and it needs a massive fight back. They don't want to allow them to have any free rounds. And Mark, you look at the purchase, Viper's Pit of their own, 2 ultimates incredibly close as well, 2 high-impact ones in the back. And the Viper's Pit is going to be used immediately. Now think about how much pressure has been put on A, specifically from Loiter, looking to try and challenge for that space. It's almost like I dare you to challenge for it now.
Pacific instead set their sights on mid. Ticey waiting. Only got a Bulldog to work with, but he's got some backup. Forced out by the stun. Lover's Rock. He's not slowing down. He's looking to spam through the smoke, and look, he's not done that much. No damage even, I think. And the wrap-up from Ticey when he hears the steps back, but Kreven patiently watching that angle. Found massive value for his team.
Yeah, Kreven's been fantastic. That's a couple of times now we've just seen him wait at the top of mid. Of course, you know that his Vice Wall is down, holding for any sort of aggression, and the timing couldn't be worse for Waddle. A fight back. Creamy trying his best. The flash works out. He's actually holding his ground fairly well.
Down B.
Not wanting to swing him alone, but Kreven again, just coming through in the backline and finding another high-impact kill that completely opens up the site.
Yeah, Thorns are going to stop that re-aggression as well, so no real space taken. But Lover's Rock, he's got a fight on his hands. He just cleared this angle, but Famzy now walking through. Might have good timing. This could be very dangerous. Yes, he's caught tag, but no idea on Famzy. This is a potential jump scare, locked and loaded, but they've seen him now. That jump peak must have spotted him, and I'll tell you what, Lover's Rock certainly did. For Famzy, the credits low across the board, a 1v3, and the element of surprise gone. And off on the floor seals the deal. He is saving this for the next. BBL Pacific have climbed up to a 3-3 scoreline. Again, you've got to look at Kreven. His impact here, the round where he had just a pistol, he even stopped them from pushing through mid and punishing his teammates who were on the rotate to that A site. Here, it's very much the same story. The patience catches Ticey, who was about to, I think, find a double towards Link if Kreven was looking the other way for a split second. He's been on the ball in terms of catching those flanks, and I think that's something that worked wonderfully for Dynasty previously. Not from Ticey, it was Tag instead, who was always finding this space, but it looks like Kreven's on a mission to deny anything in that wheelhouse.
That's the thing, it is just his patience. Like, I feel like a lot of the time you're going to see like superstar level players put onto the Sentinel role, and they will find you impact in terms of frags, but maybe not the one that saves you the round. But that seems to be the case more often than not, that Kreven just knows the timing he needs to be holding certain angles. And then you can see his teammates won't take risks because they know that he's going to find that kill. Like, he's doing so much for the squad. Well, that angle not checked. Maybe one that hasn't been played too religiously, especially by anyone other than Tag. Definitely a bit of a blip. Oh, he's found a gap, but they should know that this is a fairly high chance, especially now the smoke's gone down again.
Oh my, they're not looking at all. He has a chance, and I think Creamy might even pop a flash for him here. They could think about it, but decide against the aggression. It probably is the right call in most of the rounds, but here we could see the potential impact. Now it's 3 players from that defense on the A side. The flash eventually goes out, nobody's seen, it's all clear. Pretty soon, Famsy's going to realize they're coming his way. It's the op towards the B site that seems to be under pressure, but then Hunter's Fury fired through alongside the From the Shadows. That gets them going back in the other direction. Rose and Kreven have found picks, and Waddle's all alone. He's being hunted down. The shorty is going to take him. Kreven executing his opposition.
That was completely unnecessary.
And for Famsy, I don't think he's going to go for this. Just have a feeling.
And this is something that, again, we've seen them do a couple of times where Rose wants to push mid, throw out a Prowler as if they're splitting towards B. Of course, the player on B site who has light shields and an operator and is alone is immediately going to call for a rotation. The second that TP goes off, it's the immediate cue for the BBL Pacific to go back in the other direction again. You know that there's probably already 2 players on that side of the map. One of them is currently maneuvering the map as well, so can't have any impact.
And the other one's on Hunter's Fury.
Exactly.
At the same time.
So there isn't any chance for anybody to really catch you off guard. Again, you can criticize sometimes the individual ability of Rose, but I dare say criticizing his calling, I'm not going to agree with it, because he really does seem to do well at finding those gaps and finding those timings.
Yeah, there was certainly a moment where on the other side, Dynasty were able to do similar, especially when you look at Abyss. The 4 rounds they found, a lot of push and pull and play, a lot of it working out in their favor. But here, look at the early danger. They lose a player right off rip. It's Lovers Rock who's down and out of the round. They're about to run into a stack. They've got Ticey sat on the edge of a smoke, and instead they walk out of that situation, man disadvantage and all, by taking out a From the Shadows, by taking out a Hunter's Fury, and finding every single kill, leaving only that operator alive. That was a truly remarkable recovery from BBL Pacific. And so much so, it has gotten a timeout from Dynasty. Investing the ults, investing obviously their economy, getting nothing for it.
It's more so as well just the way that the rounds went. Like, you had a 3-1 lead, you managed to break back after the 3rd round where you had a lower buy. And we were even talking about it, like the rounds looked good. They were doing well with the Odin, they were able to stop a lot of that aggression. And we were talking about this map as looking comfortable.
Yeah.
3 rounds later, I'm not feeling that way anymore. Especially when talking about the fact that at times it's been that attack that's been a struggle for BBL Pacific, and the defense where they've looked very good regionally. Now the alarm bells start to ring. You know that, as I said, every single half so far in this map has been an 8-4 first half in the favor of BBL Pacific. You can't allow them to have that again. Like, you can't always rely on fighting back into maps, as was proven in the last. You fought back really hard, but it wasn't quite enough.
Well, this is their chance. Dynasty, full investment. Famsy, he's getting aggressive, and there it is. Lovers Rock on the floor, second into the round. That's the pick that they've been looking for. That op will strike fear into the hearts of BBL Pacific now. They look to adjust onto the A site. Ticey's always been good for 1 or 2, and that Odin lurking just around the corner, although he's got to be careful. They are really close.
Give himself the information at least. A wraparound though, Ticey's been caught. Paranoia thrown in, operator shot missed. They're being picked apart one by one. Opportunities were here. Maybe they still are. Famsy finds one in quick succession, but revealed within the smoke. They know exactly where he is. 1 shot left in to play with and can't land it. Doesn't get the chance to even fire. And then through the smoke, Creamy hits the deck. Now bringing him back. Feels like he gives more of a chance, but never mind. Kreven is just playing out of his skin. 12-4 for him, and a 5th round now on the board for BBL Pacific.
Now we talk about resurgences from 3-1 down to 5-3 in the lead, a streak from BBL Pacific. Economy running out on the other side. Ults burned up in the last few rounds, and nothing to show for it for Dynasty. It's early, but it could be the beginning of the end. BBL Pacific, they're picking up heat. Kreven is 12-4, a kind of performance that you see from Lovers Rock and you go, yeah, well, we know he's got that potential. But it coming out from Kreven, the man who was left with a pistol when everyone else had rifles. Yeah. Well, maybe we got to change that rule now.
Oh, that's fine. He's 12-4 anyway.
He's working with a pistol, yeah.
If he can do that with a pistol, let him.
I like what Famsy's doing here. We've seen the A aggression with the refract back. We now see him push down mid. The guy's got the rifle for the team. He wants the fight or the early flank. But BBL Pacific, look, they've got 2 players mid, one watching A, one watching mid. This is not somewhere they're looking to put all their eggs in one basket, and for good reason, but that's the spike down. Tag has just found them the opening pick. The wall up gets him a rifle as well. This is a disaster.
That's about as badly as that could have gone. They're going to try and steal the spike back, and you know what? That's exactly what they managed to do. Weaponry taken away, and Larocque in the meantime is just almost sprinting back towards these players. They know that he's there, but Loiter managed to do most of the damage. They have found themselves some safety in a round that looked incredibly dangerous, wrapping back towards A, where there is no contention at all. And of course, now the aggressor has become the lurker. An easy kill for Lovers Rock. And the Tag, he started this round fantastically. I don't think he's going to win this one.
I don't know who called that, if it was Rose, if it was Loida just popping in a little mid-round adjustment, but the fact that they put down the steel guard towards B, there's 3 players on B. What do you think they're saying? They're screaming, they're crying for help, and the help comes in the form of Tycee wrapping back through mid, because what's about to happen seems clearly to be a crunch of the B site, where you have 3 players with pistols out, easy peasy for your opponents. Tycee then gets caught because Loida isn't pushing. He's waiting the entire time. Then his teammate puts down a paranoia. So as they go to deal with Larocque, because he catches 2, but one guy's not hit by the paranoia. He's like, I know there's an Omen in the corner, taking his gun out, let me get him. Who's covering his back? Loida with the reposition again. They set 2 traps there, and Dynasty walked straight into them. Loida sprung them, and the round was won as a result. That was really clean, and seeing that kind of mastery over a round that seemed to be in a lot of danger, that's making me even more worried about whether we're going to Ascent or not.
Realistically, we're getting an 8-4 half. 100%.
Which round will Dynasty get? They'll get one of them, we know it.
But yeah, it's definitely, especially with the way that started. Spike delivered by the IGL, and then somehow they come out smelling like roses. It's
all part of the plan.
Yeah.
They planted the seed.
There we go, though. Lovers Rock leading the charge. Tycee in the corner. He takes so much damage. 7 health, but he's eliminated one. The trade's immediate, though. And in the meantime, Kreven trying to take battles. Ult sent out by Famzy.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's not pretty. It's not worked out for him, but Tag has managed to stabilize a little bit, but look where he is. Again, they've got to be careful of the man, almost back towards Fong. Kreven. And now they're trying to deal with him. He's not even there anymore.
30 seconds left.
And while they're trying to deal with him, that means Creamy's isolated in a fight. Tag, sure, he finds Kreven eventually, but he's got no one to play with anymore but himself. Rose and Loida, an AWP in the hands of the IGL, an Odin in the hands of Loida, and it won't even be used. The AWP's the first one to fire, and closing out that round at 7-3. BBL Pacific seems to have saved the best to last. This map is looking dominant, and Dynasty are feeling the heat. They've called for a timeout.
You can definitely understand why. 6 rounds in a row.
You were so...
They came into today as an underdog, as a dark horse, as a squad that definitely had a lot to prove if they were going to beat BBL Pacific. And I'll be honest, in my eyes, they have. The fact is the resilience of map number 1, the resilience of the last map as well. But the fact is, there's been a couple of maps in between. Map number 2, dominant for BBL Pacific, and this one is starting to look the same. They need to stem the bleeding, because as I said, going into that second half versus Enterprise, they proved that they can almost flawlessly win it. But they need that wiggle room, and that's been the problem for every single map so far this series. They have started slow, and even if it's a 3-1 start, it then becomes a huge deficit that they have to try and recover from in half number 2.
Yeah, and again, props to them. Even in that 13-11, that was looking like a dominant map. I believe it was 11-5. 0.09 of a second away from OT as well. I mean, Dynasty have certainly put up some numbers when it comes to trailing. They bounce back, they keep themselves in it, and that is one of the most difficult things to do for any team. The circumstances of them getting here, we've talked about it, it's really impressive. You need to be more than just impressive. You need to be consistent. Consistently falling behind is probably not the way to do it.
Yeah. And well, the team they're up against, they've had a 2-1 lead in a grand final of Ascension before. They had VCT EMEA at their fingertips last time, and they learnt the pain of letting that slip away. Apex stole that. Maybe they thought what was theirs. This time it's looking like a different story. An early trade, though. The defense have managed to keep things even, but only for a second. Kreven
Find you.
has hit God form at the perfect moment. The
Spike
crown
planted.
looking to be claimed by him, a man who has not tasted that defeat like 3 of his teammates have before him. Well, this is not going to be an easy retake. Look at where Rose is. He's in Rose Z.
That might be the most unexpected flank play. Oh, he's been spotted. And,
he's been heard.
He's going to be taken down eventually. But from here, do you go for it? Dynasty, no credits, a 2v3, time already ticking far too fast. This is a save call in effect, and an 8th on the board. Now, Tom, I know who you're going to think wins the next round.
Yeah.
I already know your prediction. But it is going to be difficult. BBL Pacific they've picked up a lot of momentum. They're 1 away from a Viper's pit on Loida. They can play for that with relative ease, and their opponents are not exactly armed to the teeth.
It's either going to be 8-4 or we're believing in the 9-3 curse, nonetheless. It's just there's something, because that's what we're sort of clasping to at this point. The chance for the first ever victor from the Spanish League is slowly slipping away. The Italian organization who have been here before, facing off against the might of Turkey. What? Well, I don't talk about quick scopes much in this game, but that was one of them.
Blinded as well. Not a bad start to this round. And you have to feel like if you're Dynasty,
he's faked the Viper's pit.
You're face down in the mud and their boots on the back of your neck. BBL Pacific go back to middle. A sneaky spot from Ticey. He's been spotted, but he spams back, lands one. But of course, Kreven is the man delivering death blows. He needs to do a little more though, because Famsy's firing on all cylinders. A triple kill to bring them a 2 versus 1. Loida stands in their way. The pit already used the spike down. And an 8-4 scoreline that many would have predicted seems just a shot away.
Never doubt Loita, though. If there was any man to break the streak, it would be him. The #1 rated player coming into today. Probably the only people who could take it away from him would be one of his own teammates. Opponent's wall might actually give him a chance, but no, Tag is waiting on the other side. History has repeated itself for the 4th time in the 4th map. A little bit extra for Dynasty to play with, but they are going to have a mountain to climb once again going into the second half.
Well, it was just last year. BBL Pacific in the same spot, and 2 maps were stolen away from them to lose out on the chance to lift that trophy, to ascend to the ranks of the best within EMEA. Rose is back and looking for another shot at that crown. 8-4 up. They've done it twice already, just closing out this map or taking Ascent. Send BBL Pacific all the way to VCT EMEA, but easier said than done against Dynasty, a squad who we have seen are not out until 13's on the board.
If the game was based on second halves, they'd be in the lead. That's all you need to know, but unfortunately it is a game of 2 halves. The VBL Pacific, their players have grown experience. 2 of them have become old enough to actually play in the league. But the fact is, they're looking like they've been through an evolution over the last year, a dominant force, and everything other than stage 3 challenges. And now they need to prove why, from day 1 here at Ascension, they were considered the best, the favorites, the ones that will take that crown for BBL once again. It's already in the logo.
I'll find you.
We've already seen Ulf make it, but BBL Pacific were the ones that everybody was hedging their bets on. It was them, and who else would make it through Ascension? Although Rose the first to fall here, the A side hasn't been lost just yet. LaRock is here. He's got backup. Well, he hasn't got backup anymore, and the shots don't land for him. This could be the start of it for Dynasty. The climb back into this map, back into this series. It starts with the pistol. And they're passing this test with flying colors. A beautiful flash from Creamy, and it's a dreamy pistol round.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. A nice, clean round to bring them back into it once again. It's a 6-0 attack when they played against Enterprise, but we expect versus BBL Pacific that there will be bumps along the way, but getting through a pistol round without a single player being dropped, it means the investment into this round for BBL Pacific is almost impossible. Maybe a sheriff at most, but for now, it's absolutely nothing. And a chance to farm up those orbs early. So the defense, straight up ace that.
Yeah, it certainly seems like they've hedged their bets in the right direction on Dynasty. A big play towards the B site to come in. And the question is, do they try to sell this as a fake and go back? Do they commit? Because they see nothing. Not a piece of utility, not a player caught. And that knife covers a lot of space and a lot of angles you'd expect if they were stacked up or even just defending B, like one player to at least be within that area. This could be a little messy. Ticey, but he's been delivered. Could have been awkward, but he at least grabs himself 2 before falling, and his teammates are here looking to battle. Not a fight they should be losing, and by the looks of it, a fight they will lose. Oh, what a shot!
Okay, again, a little bit of confidence building, and Famzy starting to come alive in this one. At times, a little bit of a non-factor, but we know the caliber of player that we've seen, someone who has stood in the VCT before. Of course for GX, but it'll be a very different feeling to be part of a team that goes through that ascension process, helps players like Waddle and Tag who've been here time and time again. Even the other 2 played in the play-in. For a squad some will know as sweet and sour, but
Be right back.
Dynasty were the ones that give them that opportunity to run it back again. And oh, this round has definitely not started off well. LaRock has just gone walkabouts. You forget he's no longer playing the Neon sometimes.
I think he does too. That aggressive in mid, Loida backing it up with a double, and that is a quick bounce back from BBL Pacific. You talk about some of these players in their history, Tom, and I think for us even, there's a little bit there. We got a common thread with Tag back on Lucky Boys. We always wish to see that Italian roster floating around a little bit more, competing. Got to cover them in open qualifiers back in like, what, 2021? And they played really good Valorant for a region that, you know, within Italy, what other pro players have we had? I mean, I think Joint was around, but as a coach, but that's it. So it's been cool to see him still kicking about. And now in with a shot of making it all the way to VCT, the first Italian to do so. But for Dynasty, quite a path ahead of them. BBL Pacific just bounced back with a big round. Only one player falling. But this is the full buy, and the ult online for Famzy could pave the way through to a site.
It's one of those ults that you get the conversion path right and pave your path to victory, but at times it
Scanning ahead.
be a little bit unreliable.
Take hold.
And the manner in which they lost the last round, even though they had weaker weapons, it's got to be tough to deal with. A player pushes mid and takes 2 of you out, and then you walk into a player who's been slowed, and you'd never be able to tell. Already losing more rounds on their attack side than they did last time, but as said, that was a given.
Not ready yet. Good hit.
But Krevin, already a little bit of early information, but the same can be said on the other side of the map. They know that this attack is currently split, and with 35 seconds left, they've got to pick a poison.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Lover's Rock has gone so deep on mid. That's a big barrel, though. He somehow gets one, but he will not get out of there.
He slowed them, though. 20 seconds.
All time. Yeah, 20 seconds, but look at the pressure they're putting under now as they've gotten through Link. LaRock is going to be completely caught by this ulti. No support from the sideline with him fully smoked up, and they haven't cleared LaRock! They've given him a freebie! 8 seconds! The spike needs to make it to the site! They've got to start the plant, and it's too late now! BBL Pacific steal that round down, and it's a corner not checked that sees the first domino fall.
I'd say that's the second. It was the aggressive push as well from Lover's Rock. Like, they managed to realize with 30 seconds left that, okay, there's players outside A, there's players outside B, where's there a gap? And he exploits that gap. And it was almost just like dominoes. They were slowed at every single point. And then it gets to Waddle on the site with 5 seconds to plant. Like, they ran out of time. And they hadn't managed to bait out any of that like major utility. I think it was the Thorns going down with 25 on the clock. It was a Snakebite going down on the site. Like, you can't allow BBL Pacific to have all of that utility. And well, this man is starting to take over the map once again. He's been phenomenal throughout the series, and every gap they try to exploit, it has another cover.
Watch them. Even here, attempting to dash into elbow, trying to deal with Lover's Rock, but he finds one deeper, gets out of harm's way, resets for another.
That was Ticey cancelling his TP. He went back to the same point, and Lover's Rock was just looking at him.
And 2 players left, stuck in main. I mean, for Famzy, maybe a chance. But I think he's about to lose his teammate. The second shot fired, but again, he gets out of there.
Not the gun for it.
You're not going to be chasing him down with the Bucky, but you won't be making it out either. A 4K for Lover's Rock. And 11 rounds on the board. Another gargantuan task for Dynasty. A comeback, the likes of which we rarely get to see, but we have to see several of these in a series.
Yeah.
For them to even have a chance, and like you said, yeah, look at this. Cancels out, gets caught.
He was so aware. It's something I'm so impressed with Lover's Rock. Like, a lot of the time you talk about Turkish duelists as these super aggressive flare mongers who just want to get the highlight reel every single round. This guy is not that. He'll come out with 4Ks, but each time you feel like it's intelligent positioning and constant movement that just makes it so difficult to figure out where he's going to be. He comes into this round with not just his ultimate, but an operator in hand as well. And Krevin is going to be the one they pressure, but the wallbang is a great way to start.
Taking Krevin out, good enough for me. Guys had so much impact on that attacking side.
Yeah, just about top of the board. And they're almost overtaken by Lover's Rock in the last 2 rounds.
They did find a 4K up against a weaker buy with an Outlaw, so, you know, haven't seen Krevin farming the easy kills. Just saying, he had a pistol.
Yeah, he's normally the one with the low buy.
Give him a bit more credit. The TP from LaRock. It sees one, and it's Viper as well, but now the drone going out. KO utility sure to follow up on A, but
perfect.
Creamy's gone a little too wide. He's lost his life. And no steps, no follow-up. They still think this is a B hit. BBL Pacific have to read. That little bit of information found from LaRock's from the shadows has kept 2 players in position. There will now be a big fight needed. Oh, good dash, but Fancy's caught. Lloyd on site. Oh, and Rose able to correct for a double. Waddle, he's late to the crime scene, but they haven't fled. 3 on site, holding the spike. He's got no time and no chance. 12-6, 6 chances for BBL Pacific to lift the trophy that evaded them on that very stage just 1 year ago.
From speaking to Rose before the tournament, he mentioned the idea that before BBL Pacific, before taking that team through Premier, he started to question whether or not he was going to be good enough, whether or not he was a guy who could lead a squad, whether or not those failed opportunities might just be the death of him. Well, last year he made it all the way to the final. This year, 2 new players. He's in that final again and just 1 round away from taking BBL Pacific to the promised land. Pressure from Fancy though looks to ruin the party. A quick double. It looks like it's going to keep them in this at least for a little bit longer. Kreven alongside Loiter though. You've always got to be fearful, but a dink early seems to have left them out of the round.
Last player standing.
Waddle deals with him with ease. Lloyd has won many rounds.
Spike planted.
For this squad so far. Been big in clutches, but this would be too much. What a way to send them out of the tournament it would be, but luckily Fancy's having none of it. A round win for Dynasty, but the first of what must be many if they are to hold on to their hopes and dreams of ascending here with a squad that has players who've been to every Ascension. Another heartbreak to add to the list may just be a round away.
Oh yeah, they've done it through many different leagues. Waddle for sure, I think, has played maybe in more Challengers League than anyone else. And with his performance this tournament, I'd hope that
Bring them down.
we'll see him in the tier 1 no matter what, but we want to try and do it with the boys. Early ultimate going to be committed, but I believe that has been avoided by both players at the back. Famzy trying to lead the way. The rest of the team have followed. This isn't a fake. This isn't a lurk. There is nobody left behind. They are keeping it basic. Kreven, though, somehow has turned on a dime, but there's Tag. The Italian stallion himself stepping up.
Planted.
Leaving just 2 in their way.
Just when it looks like it's over.
Careful.
A chance was given by Tag. But that chance is being taken back! Lover's Rock! He's in the face of Creamy! 1 HP on that man! But he holds on for dear life! It's not all on Tag. And the time ticking. Surely too much for Loida. Surely this cannot go his way. They heard that he wasn't sticking the first time. Gets it to half. Looks for the fight. Finds the first. The stick will be interrupted! And it's close! It's so close! But just about. Dynasty by themselves at least 1 more shot. That round should never have come down to so fine a margin.
Oh yeah, what Lover's Rock won't know is that an extra bullet put through that smoke, and he probably would have taken that round, but he never could have known he took a guy to 1 HP. It's now the timeout for BBL Pacific. Now, normally, I'm sure if they were in this sort of scoreline in any other match on any other day against any other team, there would not be a timeout here. They are firmly in the lead in a great spot. But the fact is, map number 1, we saw an insane comeback. Map number 3, well, they won by 0.09 of a second. Map number 4, they are not giving them a chance.
Well, it seemed like a new day had dawned for BBL Pacific, one in which they were in VCT EMEA. But Tag, he bailed them out of that situation. Not just in the 1v1, but the double before. At dawn, they looked to the east and they saw Tag here to save the day, but the battle is far from over. 4 more for Dynasty. The map in overtime and the series on Ascent. a journey. This fellowship has already done so much. They have fought back against greater odds. But BBL Pacific always just that one individual play away from locking this one down.
Yeah, boy, have they had the individuals to do it. If you've watched any match of theirs this year, you'd understand that. And if you haven't, don't know what you've been doing. Been missing out. For now, though, the pressure's still on Dynasty, but we've seen throughout the series that they are not a squad to crumble. That's not the start they were looking for, though. That's just spam. That's just straight spam from Larocque. Spam that can make all the difference. Ticey also falls. They need a 3v5 to keep them in this tournament. The wall's going to be baited, and Rose already just repositions behind it.
Does this reveal catch him? Because that pit, there's a gap for him to hide inside of the snakebite. Has a gap in it as well. He's now safe in that corner. They need to spam it out. Waddle's gone down to him. And it's only Famzy, the last man standing. They faced off against odds, but none as stacked as these. A 1v5 and 3 rounds after. It looks like after a year of working hard, of putting in hour after hour, match after match, BBL Pacific have climbed their way back, and this time they are not letting go of their dreams of Ascension. VCT EMEA's latest edition has earned their spot, and what a series it was.
Oh, it has been said many a time that the Tier 2 belongs to Turkey. Today, that is proven. 2 spots were offered, 2 spots have been taken. BBL Pacific join Ulf in that Ascension, but for them it's a completely different feeling. Failing at the final hurdle from 2-1 up last year, they have come back and managed to take the trophy, take themselves all the way to the promised land. And it's another thing as well, when you come in and everybody goes, this is the team, they're going to win. This is the team, they're going to win. They've been the best all year, they're going to win. And then you step onto that stage and you go and win. That's something that most teams are unable to do. Think of a favorite who has won a tournament. There is barely any of them. But the fact is, they took that pressure and they dealt with it.
This is a story we'll look back on fondly for a long time to come. A Rose who's led this team of youngsters. A man you said doubted whether he could do it. Well, this Rose, it may be old, but it's still got some thorns to it. And it's drawn blood against every opponent. BBL Pacific, they're back, and this time they've taken the title!
For BBL Pacific, they're going to remember for a long, long time. A squad of youngsters, Bros himself still one of them. And for the rest of the team, a couple of changes, a loss of a huge superstar. But I have to say, from watching this series, Lovers Rock has fit those shoes. Like, he has done an incredible job throughout this tournament. The guy is set to replace someone who went into the VCT, joins the team, and then takes them there himself. It really does have everything. Their story, a team that started out in Premier, a system that I don't even think the guys who made it will have believed someone could come this good that fast.
It's a fairy tale.
Like it is something that was like, in the future we might see that, but year one they made it to a final. And year one of Ulf, they also did the same. Really, I think the Premier system works out quite nicely in Turkey. Yeah. Maybe everyone else can now try and give it a go, but it really has been crazy, the journey of this squad, and there is nobody more deserving than this team in taking that trophy and joining VCT EMEA.
You can see Ringers and Tomek, the heads of our system down there, congratulating the guys on what is one of the nicest trophies I think we've had down on that stage.
It's a cool one to get. I'm sure Minnie's mad somewhere.
Oh, yes. Oh, without a doubt. He's salty, and it's not just from your tweets. But it is wonderful to see this squad. As we said, you know, the topic of today with the 8-4 halves was history repeating itself. And when they go 2-1 up in maps, for them, no doubt it's a flashback to last year, for Rose especially, leading the team, taking the advantage of being one step away but stumbling. But now, well, he has managed to climb the heights back, and he's in VCT EMEA. The whole squad is, and guess who's down on the stage with them? It's Yinsu for your post-match interview.
Well, it's 1 year late, but I'm glad I get to do this winner's interview with BBL Pacific. Congratulations, Loita. Last year, it felt like this stage was the, you know, a heartbreaking place for you. So it must feel really nice to get your redemption, right?
Yes, finally. We played for this, like, for 1 year, and it finally paid off. We are so happy.
And speaking of that year, how important do you think it's been for you guys not to give up, to go back with the same org, same team, mostly same team, and to run it back again? Is that you think of the most important part of why you were able to win today?
Yeah, I think it's because of that. We are like a family. It was just our purpose to come VCT EMEA. We are so happy to achieve that.
I mean, as a family, you know, sometimes not everything is perfect. So what was the biggest challenge for you on this journey?
I think it was just, we know our potential. We are showing like ourselves for tier 1, but we played 1 year tier 2, and it was so hard to play because, you know, you can go ascend to tier 1, but you need to wait for 1 year. It was so hard to.
And for you, Loita, even if you did win last year, you wouldn't be able to play tier 1 because obviously you wouldn't be eligible. But now, no matter what happens, we will see you in VCT EMEA.
And my team too.
Yeah, so how excited are you knowing that you've won and you're definitely going to be playing on the stage again?
I mean, it feels different. I'm so happy to like play in this stage because it feels so like, I don't know how to explain this feeling. So yeah, it's good.
Less depressing than last year, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and what are the feelings you're feeling right now?
I mean, I cannot describe it. Like, you need to feel it. you need to pay through the whole year. It's something amazing. Like, I cannot describe it.
How heavy is that trophy? Because Lovers Rock was like one arm.
It's so heavy. I didn't expect
really?
that. Yes.
Wait, he was doing one arm? That's very, very impressive. And last question, because I'm not going to get to talk to you after this. I'm going to let you go enjoy this. Give me a name that you're looking forward to facing next year when you come back on this stage. Which player do you want to play against? Which team?
Player or?
Yeah, or team. Up to you. You can't say Messi this time. He said Messi last time, yeah.
Fnatic.
Okay, why? I mean, Colin Johnson's in the crowd. Why Fnatic? They've just lost one of their best players, so why are you looking forward to facing them?
Still, they have Boster and Alphair. Like, they are the best team in EMEA, I think. And I want to face them. And Team Heretics too.
Oh.
Because comeback is there.
Oh, that's going to be a good one if we get that. Thank you very much, Loita. Congratulations once again. I'm going to take this off of you, I believe, because I think I'm bringing a couple of you guys with me. So, I think Lovers Rock, you really wanted to speak. You come with me. You come with me. And La Rock as well, you come with me. Actually, if you guys want to come with me, you'll come with me. All come with me. All come with me. Okay. La Rock is here too. Actually, no, I trolled. I need to give this to someone else because we have two very special guests. We have some people that are joining us here. They were really rooting for you today. Do you want to guess who it is? You already know who it is? Oh, that's a bit of a spoiler. For the people that don't know who it is, I will, never mind, give this back to you. I will introduce some very special people. Of course, it's Echo and Sop. If you guys want to come and sit down on the couch. I don't know if I lost your teammates, but please sit down and join me. Oi, careful. First of all, and the rest of our boys are over there as well. First of all, congratulations to the two of you. Loita said the trophy was really heavy, so the one arm, that's quite impressive, Lovers Rock.
Yeah, I was struggling.
You were struggling,
Yeah,
but you still did it anyway?
Yeah, I didn't care.
I mean, you weren't struggling on the server today, so how does it feel for you? Because for the other boys, they've actually had to do this twice. For you, it's just first time, and you get the trophy with this team. So how does that feel?
It feels good. It feels amazing. I am happy for my boys because they failed last year. So me being in the team and winning with them feels impressive.
And Laroc, of course, very different result this year. I was a little bit scared because at some point, you know, map 5 is also Ascent. So I'm thinking, oh God, if we go to Ascent, I don't want it to happen again. So why do you think today you didn't, you know, let it get too close?
I'm not stressed after the first map because I know it. Yeah, we can win Lotus, but we make a lot of mistakes, so we lose. But after, I know we win 3-1. I don't know. I'm feeling good.
Was it more fun this time?
What?
Was it more fun this time compared to last year? Today? It was fun? You had a nice time on the stage?
Yeah, likely.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yes, fun is good.
Oh, okay, yeah, fun is good.
Yeah, not our, but enemy team and CGN and Apex has a lot of fun.
Ah, okay.
But now
the opponent.
How can I say it? Well, crowded on the fans.
Oh, like the fans are here, yeah. Did you guys have fun watching this? Because you...
Yeah.
Yeah, Sob, I need you to, you know, give me, like, why you're so good at predicting everything. Honestly, since I've met you, you haven't been wrong about anything. And that's really impressive. So why were you so confident in these boys today?
I mean, like I said before, they're Turkish. You know, they have everything. You know.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's not a hot take. And Echo, you didn't really get to speak to me yesterday. You were so emotional. So are you feeling better now? Have you thought about it? Have you been able to sleep? Are you feeling more happy because you all get to go together? Okay, I'm gonna instigate because you will get to all go together, which means you will play against each other at some point. So how are you feeling about facing each other next year?
To be honest, they were beating us too hard on Turkish League. I don't know, some things are changing, so we will see. I'm not gonna talk.
What about you guys?
It's not changing.
Oh, you're still gonna beat them? Yeah?
We will probably beat them. But I don't know.
Yeah, Sob, you disagree?
We'll see. Like, they're not wrong because they beat our ass like 3 or 4 times on the stage.
Maybe you see each other in the final. Maybe you avoid each other, and then when you get in the final, you can play against each other, right? That would be nice. I do really want to talk about something I think you guys share, which is sometimes making crazy mistakes, but then you don't care. Like, you just move on, you know? I think for you, Sob, when you died in heaven yesterday on Haven.
Happens, like, just happens.
Yeah, but you know, but these kind of things really get to a player, especially when you're in a grand final. It affects your mental, right? You make a mistake you didn't mean to make. So why is it that you're all so good at just moving on, not thinking about it?
I mean, we know it's not gonna help if you just think what we did mistake. So we just move on. That's how it should be, like, everywhere.
Like, laughing after he...
Were you laughing at him when
we
he...
were laughing a lot, yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys see this when he...
Yes, I saw it.
When he accidentally killed himself?
That was that aura.
Yeah. And for you, Lava's Rock, I want to show you this clutch because we were all like holding our breath when this happened. Can you please talk me through what was going through your mind when this was happening? Just like give me a, you know, explanation on what were you thinking?
I need to watch first. I don't even remember.
You don't remember this on Sunset?
I mean, I remember, but I don't know what happened.
Okay, so you're 8 HP here. So what was, you know, and then I think you TP'd out. He saw you TP, so this is all really crazy.
I think he was shaking. Pumps was definitely shaking. And Rose was yelling at me, he needs to get half, run at him. Then I believed in and it was that.
Were you shaking?
I wasn't shaking at all.
Okay, did you shake at any point today? Did you feel any nervous today?
Yeah, first game. I was shaking at Lotus.
Oh, really? Is that why you guys think maybe Lotus you didn't win because it was nervous?
No, we just threw.
Yes.
And how did you recover? So after Lotus, what did your coach say to you?
Do you really want me to say?
Yeah, tell me, go on.
Okay, he was telling us, did you bet on our game to lose? And if you did, get out of here and don't even play the game. And we were like, obviously we didn't bet. We get out, we motivated each other, then we win.
I think both of your coaches are quite funny. Like your coach playing rock, paper,
I
scissors.
really don't want to talk about our coach.
Oh, why?
the
swear thing, you know, the swear thing came out on Twitter. You didn't see?
No. Oh God.
Like
okay.
he smashed the table and throw something at the monitor.
Oh, I did see that. No, we showed that like 50 times. Yeah, we showed that many times.
He's quite like aggressive. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of scared of him.
He's ready for VCT. He's definitely ready for VCT. And also, Echo, I didn't get to ask you this yesterday because you were using the lock-in gun buddy in that match. Mini was really happy. So why were you using the lock-in one? It's like really specific.
I have just respect for them. That's why I'm using that.
Oh, like specifically what happened at lock-in?
I don't know. I was having fun when I was watching that match, so I'm using that.
You just love Alpha.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just love Alpha. I can understand. We all love Alpha. And speaking of Alpha, I asked Loiter this a little bit earlier. Loiter said he wants to face Fnatic and Team Heretics, obviously. So we'll start here. Which I know you might say like you don't care, but I care. So which team or player would you like to face?
I was about to say I don't care.
Yeah, but I care, so you can tell it to me.
I had to say one?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to face Wolf.
Besides them? Besides off?
I want to face Navi.
Navi? Okay, yes. Why?
It's only because of Ruxic.
Oh, he's fantastic. He's an amazing player.
He's incredible, but he's very close friend with Aaron Rose. So I just want to beat him and make Aaron Rose happy, you know?
Okay, I like that. I like that. Larock?
For sure, Vitality.
Oh, why?
New roster. And they have Sayonara. I want to face with him.
Okay. I mean, he was talking about, like, obviously he's one of the youngest players too, right? I think you guys are only 20 days apart.
Yeah, so, maybe.
Yeah, we get Sayonara in, and then 20 days later you step in. So who are you got your eyes on?
When you said that, like I wanna face against Sayonara then, because he's like older than me. I don't know.
He's got 20 days on you.
Yeah, let's see who's better.
Yeah, Sayo's got 20 days until you come in. Oh, we're showing Angel. There we go. And Echo, who are you?
Can answer also if you want. Of course, Fnatic.
Oh, you because of Alpha?
Yeah.
You guys didn't say comeback. You don't want to play against comeback?
No, yeah. So
you don't care that much?
I don't care comeback, yeah.
Okay. Loiter gave us the comeback answer. Of course, we are also going to 3 different places in the world for Masters and Champs. We've got Santiago in Chile coming up. Then we have London. Then, of course, we're ending things in China. Which one, if you had to choose one to qualify to, what would you choose? And why?
Obviously, Champions. Because,
okay.
Yeah, it's the biggest tournament. So we will love to qualify there. But I also want to go to Chile, just to be in South America. That's it.
Their fans there are amazing. They do have the best fans, yeah.
Yeah, me too, by the way. Champions and Chile.
Ah, okay. Just don't care about London. Yeah.
I actually forgot the question. I heard some names.
Yeah, so we're going to Chile, London, and China next year for our big events. You know, if you do well in EMEA, you go to global events. Which one do you want to go to?
China, probably.
Because it's champs? Yeah.
Yeah, China.
Yeah, you said the same. Have you been before?
No, but I heard some things about China, you know.
Yeah, they're going to love you for saying that. They're going to love you. And last but not least, before I let you guys go and celebrate, we are going to Istanbul for Game Changers, of course. Were you there last year? Did any of you go to Istanbul to watch Game Changers last year? You did?
Yeah, I did too.
You did too? Okay, I wasn't there, so how was it? Was it fun? Was it nice?
Yeah, it was fun.
It was nice, yes.
Yeah? And Turkish fans were great? They really enjoyed GC being there?
Yeah.
Are you going to be here this year?
I don't know. I guess no.
Oh, you have to come again this year.
I might be.
Okay, Sop will be there. You coming?
I don't know. I'm just gonna go rest because today I played with injured finger as well, and I'm just gonna go rest, lay on my bed for months until EMEA.
How did you injure your finger?
It's inflation.
Oh, on your mouse hand?
Yeah.
That is very impressive, Lovers Rock. Are you going to be there? You coming along?
I can go, yeah.
Okay, I'm just forcing them to come because we have to. You know, we're going to Istanbul. We don't go there that often.
City, we should come.
Yeah, and it's a great city. So thank you very much, you guys. Congratulations again. I'm really much looking forward to VCT Turkey next year. And thank you to you guys at home for watching. Of course, we are going to wrap things up here, but we will be seeing you guys next over Istanbul for the grand finals of Game Changers. For now, enjoy the Herman Miller Gaming End of Day highlights, and we'll see you next time.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들일 거야